sitting there taking a shit looking at my Instagram, and I'm down to 101 people from 107. So I wonder who the 6 people are who are not with me no more on Instagram. Yeah, so what's up Instagram? I'm just letting everybody know. If you ain't on here from Facebook, you're not going to see me no more because I just deleted my accounts, deactivated Facebook, got rid of Messenger. I'm done with the drama. And whoever didn't inbox me their number, because I just got blocked again on Facebook for a fucking mime on my friend's page. Somebody reported me. Tired of the rats. All scumbag rats. Butthurt assholes. So, peace. Peace. I'm out of Facebook, I'm out of Messenger. You want to see me, come to Instagram? Or text me on my phone. If you don't got my phone number, take it deep. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. It's like I said before, this Instagram's like the stock market. My followers go from like 88, 83, 85,
this is when he blew his Smurf.
82, 80. Nobody can make up their mind whether they like me or not. What are you gonna do? You know, some of these people are just too fragile for my my way. You know, I mean, what can I tell you? I'm not gonna change. I'm gonna stay the same. But I gotta go take a shower, get all this blue you see on my neck. It's probably in my head. It's on the side of my head. It's on my hands. Yeah, blue. Yeah, that's what the bottom of the boat looks like when you're sanding it. So, look at my legs. My legs are blue.
I was talking like Popeye.
So, what's up, everyone?
Look,
I went from 84 to 82 in like a few days here. So, what happened? Did I hurt somebody's feelings? Or did somebody get butthurt over one of my posts? Oh, well. Good riddance.
Where did that accent come from?
Anyway, stormy weather still here in Florida.
This is my real voice, see?
And I'm dealing with it. Just fucking dealing with it.
I want to go live.
Yeah, so if you want to laugh, like, you know, you watch TV and they always show palm trees in Florida, hot chicks in bikinis. Everybody's got to fucking be doing something outside, looking good. It's all bullshit. Because down here, all you see is fat, fucking liberal twats with service dogs and Peter Pan haircuts. Tattoos, too. Okay? There ain't nothing good looking about these broads. They got that 1,000-yard stare in their face. They all look like fucking pillheads. Man haters.
Listen to that voice.
That's why I'm single. Can't find a real woman anymore. You know? It's over. It's over. The fat chicks are coming out of the fucking woodwork like they're in. You're not in. You're fucking... It's just... You're the only people left around. You know, the leftovers. That's all you are. So you think... Again, we'll talk about these turkey baster kids that want to march against gun control. You know? All these fucking jerked off nobody.
Yeah, he looks like that Kenneth Copeland guy. He's got the same dead evil lizard face, friggin' dead eyes.
Take time out of school and protest. What is this country becoming? It's fucking unreal.
But now you hear him talk, he sounds like he's an old mobster.
Oh, yeah.
Well, a couple years ago, he was like,
J-Lo.
Promoting it with these kids.
Promoting J-Lo.
Yeah. It's fucking sad that they don't show the kids that are against these kids that are protesting, because there's kids against these kids. The smart kids are against these fucking turkey-baster kids.
Turkey baster boy. Anyway, hold on. Let's get my music going. Yeah. What's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. You're now tuned into the Late Night Show. I'm your host, Gus Smoking Don. For the next couple of hours, we're going to be talking some shit here. So sit back and relax and hit that like button. Shouts to Bella. Thank you, Bella. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know, Bella. I don't know. Shit. BB from VA. Becky Town. Bucci. Yeah, it looks like he's aged 15 years. Yeah. It looks like he's 76 years old now. He's rotting away. He's a rotten scoundrel. A rotten bastard. You're watching him rot. How rotten his mouth is. Mickey. Fat bald Italian boy. My man. Moochie Mooch. Alright. Got the crew here. What up, Stepchild? Oh, Daddy Green. Look at this. My man always coming through. Thank you, Danny. You know that's the right way to start the show. That's beautiful. I appreciate you, sir. Shouts to Bella, too. Yeah. All right. We're off to a good start here. I figured I'd play that clip because, you know, every time I go live, he likes to go live 10 minutes before like a piece of shit. He thinks he's doing something funny there, you know? He thinks he's fucking me up or something. Figured I'd play his own bullshit and, you know, get his people over here. Or my people back. You know, he thinks he's taking away my people to go watch his bullshit. While he goes live 10 times a day crying, you know. Nobody's left over there. Nothing but hate watchers. He screwed over everybody. They left him high and dry. They had enough of him. So, watching him rot is fun. Yeah, now listen to this bullshit.
Who am I going to piss off that's going to just shoot me in the fucking head? You know what I mean? Like, you never know. You never fucking know. Like, you know, they questioned me about the Iceman. All right? Had I known at that time, you know what I mean, who the Iceman was, who I, you know, Richard Kuklinski didn't look like no fucking hitman.
What up,
he was like a fucking car salesman.
I went by the name of Dominic Michael Provenzano.
You willing to go out on a contract? If the price is right, I'll talk to anybody. Yeah? Sure. And you mean to tell me your way is nice and clean and nothing fucking shows up? Well, it may show, my friend, but it's quiet. It's not messy. It's not noisy. It's not, you know. Yeah, but how the fuck do you put it together? Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, there's always a way. There's a will, there's a way, my friend. You know, I just have a few problems I want to dispose of. I have some rats I want to get rid of. Yeah. The only fucking thing I don't understand, don't you use a fucking piece of iron to get rid of these fucking people? Use this fucking cyanide? Why be messy? You do it nice and calm. You put that stuff in a mist, you spray it in somebody's face, and they go to sleep. No shit. As long as he's dead, that's the bottom line. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? No matter how it was done, I mean, I know guys that went to sleep and never woke up again. I mean, you know.
You know, who the fuck wouldn't expect to get your cheeseburger poisoned?
He says he had one guy, he went and get a hamburger, they come back and he put the cyanide on his hamburger. And we're sitting down and he's telling me, he says, you wouldn't believe it. He says, I'm waiting for this guy to keel over. He says, because once you eat cyanide, usually you'd roll over and that's it. He says, this guy had the constitution of a fucking bull. He says, you wouldn't believe it. He says he wouldn't die. And we're both laughing about this. And I'm saying in the back of my mind, I said, holy God. I said, look at this. I said, what kind of person is this? I said, I said to myself right there, I said, you better cover your butt. I said, because you just don't know with this guy. And he'd be
Hold on to
kidding
your
about it, and
butts.
I'd be laughing. In the back of my mind, I'm saying, this is the devil. No question about it, this is the devil.
I sat 5 days going through MRIs, dye tests.
He
They
went
made
through
me
MRE.
drink all different kinds of dyes. They ran shit through my system and fucking stuck me in a machine every
They shoulda gave
fucking
you
day.
cyanide, you
They
know?
wouldn't let me eat. They weren't looking for
You don't
cyanide.
deserve to eat.
They didn't know what happened to me. I didn't know what happened to me. Okay?
Good.
The only ones that knew what happened to me was Frankie and Richie. And like I said, when I surfaced 5 days later, you know, I got out of the hospital because I didn't have a phone in my room. I didn't have ID on me. Nobody
No, you
for
need
them to
ID.
call. Right? So when I got out of the hospital and made my way back to the office, because 5 days I laid in a bed sick. I couldn't even think. Throwing up, shitting, throwing up and shitting. You know what I mean?
That's what I want to do when I look at your face. My ice All right, well, no, I don't have that. The My Way thing. I didn't make that. But that was funny. I remember that. That was a classic. Yeah, it was. And now the end is near. What up, Daniel Berry? Yeah, fuck him. They were looking for his constitution. Oh! He's always got the best stories. Yeah, that's probably the best story he ever told, a piece of shit. Nice, nice. Thank you so much, Bella. You're awesome. Thank you, thank you. What up, Vegas Pete? The Sugar Tits Chronicles. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I like that. Maybe we'll make a new YouTube short. The Sugar Tits Chronicles. Oh, no, here we go. Kazustai. Furbo. Kazustai. Kamenei. What the fuck you talking about, man? What the fuck you talking about? Oh, I caught a little bit of Sakali earlier today. He's got the craziest thumbnails. I don't think he could spell, though. I don't think he could spell. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, he spelled hater wrong. He said his title of his show is Jeff Nadeau should be jailed for being a hater. Or hatter, really. He spelled it with 2 T's. So this guy's illiterate. Hater. Hatter? He's a mad hatter? That's a compliment in the life. You're a mad hatter. Hatter? He should be jailed for being a hatter? I guess. But if you meant to spell hater, I mean, he's entitled to his own opinions. You want to start locking people up now for their opinion, you know? I'd like my haters to be arrested too, but I wouldn't, you know. Can't have that. What is this, a dictatorship? Who the fuck are you? I don't know. I'm just talking shit. What up, Rude Irish? Divine Intervention Boy. What up, Prelude? He spills hot coffee all over himself. That was hilarious. Yeah. Shouts to Jane Creek. She put me on to that. She gave me the timestamp. Yeah. Good. He deserved it. Couldn't happen to a nicer person. I hope it was hot coffee, too. I kind of wanted to talk about this Jeffrey Epstein bullshit. He's back in the news. Then I saw that, this piece of shit went live before I went live, of course, to break my balls. So I figured I'd break his balls. Now I don't even want to talk about the Epstein shit. Now I just want to break his balls. Moochie, what the fuck are you doing, huh? What the fuck are you doing? I like that. What the fuck? I got to add that to my vocabulary. All right, we're going to drop a link now. I want to get a guest on here. God, please, come talk to me. Shouts to Tony Buick, man. That was a great conversation last night. I appreciate the intellectual conversation. Eating GLY for breakfast? What's GLY? I'm afraid to look at the avatar. What's that? Is that Gene Borello? The Knicks lost and Pizza lost his cocky. What, he lost his cock now? I can't find it. My dick fell off and I can't find it. Somebody's got to come up with $600 so I can get a new cock. Yeah. You see. Yeah. Can't believe Carlos wouldn't break me off a piece of his Mob 2 Chronicle Starway. What? What up, Maverick? Holy Toledo. Maverick's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Well, I'm a little early tonight. Maybe that's why. Yeah, what up, Maverick? Yeah, we're early tonight. Rude Irish boy. Who else is in here? Oh, Chicken Hawk. My bad. What up, Chicken Hawk? My bad, man. I meant to say hello earlier. I didn't skip you, boy. Shouts to Furbo. All the real gangsters, man. Yeah. All right. You almost grabbed the link. You're tempted, huh? I don't know. It's up to you, man. I'm always down for new blood on here. People are interested, Everybody's got a story. I appreciate the stories. Last night we got a real education, man. That was, he knew places, dates, names. He knew how to pronounce them and everything. Guy was like a fucking walking and talking BBC News fucking program. Jane Creek, dude. What up, McGilla? Tony. Shouts to Dwayne. Is Dwayne in here tonight? Shouts to Dwayne too, man. You are from Toledo? Holy Toledo. Wow. If I was from Toledo, I'd be saying that all the time. Actually, I do say that all the time. Well, what do you know? Esposito, talking like he from Toledo. Danny Green, come on and tell the Tupac story. Well, yeah, I'd like to hear your version of events, Danny Green, about the Tupac Shakur story. You guys aren't ready for the Boston firecracker? It's coming. You probably got a Boston accent, too. Yeah. Real shit. Step out of the car. Get in the car, you stupid bastard. It's kind of like British. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking it up. My bad. Schmart? Who's smart? I'm smart. Okay. Every time I drop the link, the first time it doesn't work. I just throw it out there. All right. So we're going to drop it again. Usually around the third or fourth time, somebody grabs it. Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to talk about this Jeffrey Epstein shit because he's in the news again. This, what's his name? Cash Patel and Joe Bongino, whatever his name is. The big wigs now, they run the FBI and the State Department, whatever the fuck they doing. They said they reviewed the files and they came to the same conclusion as the federal government, that Epstein unalived himself. But everybody out there in the public, from what I see on social media, they're saying, or at least on Instagram, they don't believe it. It's bullshit. Maybe I've seen some shit on YouTube too. They're saying it's bullshit. The cameras weren't working during the time that he unalived himself, and magically the guards disappeared when they're supposed to be watching him every 30 minutes. They're supposed to do a check and peek in his cell to make sure he's all right. They were sleeping. Yeah, they were sleeping. What an excuse, yeah. And federal lockup. It's a serious job, you know. Where they going to work with a bag of Doritos and they get their thermos. They got their little TV that they play in, and they're watching a soccer game. You know, what the fuck, man? That's a serious job. You got to patrol like the Terminator, up and down the tier, every 30 minutes, all night. You don't let them sleep, boy. You look through that fucking peephole. Make sure they're still alive and breathing and sleeping. Make sure they didn't fucking escape. All right? That's a dereliction of duty. And in that place, that's high-profile guys, you know? Fucking Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and shit. Motherfucking locked up in there. If Al Capone was alive, they would have put Al Capone in there. All right? They locked his ass up in there. Anyway. And now that the accuser too, that was over there, she unalived herself a couple months ago, allegedly. But he had all the secrets. Something was shady there, you know. We still don't know where he got his money from. What's going on there? I don't know. I thought it would be an interesting topic to talk about. See what you guys think out there in the chat. You know, did he unalive himself, or was it a cover-up at the highest levels? They're saying Cash Patel and Bongino look like they were pressured to do that interview, you know, denying it, like they were put up to it. They were threatened. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I'll shove this accent up your ass, bloody bastard. But yeah, I saw that. He brought in the president of South Africa to the Oval Office. It was like the principal calling you into the office because you're in trouble. They caught you on video damaging school property or some shit, cutting school. He played the tape, and yeah, he played some radical left-wing South African video of, you know, preaching murder and genocide, and he said, "This is awful. How could you do this? Why wasn't he arrested? That's a stadium of 100,000 people." And the president of South Africa was denying it. We would not do this. No, that was Pakistani. We would not do this. We would not do this. There is no genocide in our country. You are mistaken. I would not be here if there was genocide. Well, evidently something's going on. It's horrible. You know, so yeah, that was another classic episode from Trump's meetings there. Trump don't give a fuck, man. I guess they felt ambushed, you know, like they expected it to be pleasant, you know. And Trump brings up she pulls it out on you, like, no, what about this, you little bastard? Anyway, I think the president of South Africa said, yeah, what could I do? I could not give you $400 million plane. Some shit like that. Jesus. What up, Gay Unk? When you do any impression of an accent, it sounds Pakistani. So what's your mock Pakistani accent sound like? That's a good question. Oh my God, the dog. He tried to tear him up, and the dog's so mean. Mashallah. That's my Pakistani accent. Smoke's Pakistani accent sounds Vietnamese. Wow. I'm confused, man. I was confused. Shit. Well, no, I don't remember that, Danny. What happened there? I don't remember that. Did he call you the N word? If you see all the pills and drugs they got from Diddy's house, oh, Diddy's a sick. As the days go by, man, it gets worse and worse. I'm hearing horrible things, horrible shit. And now Lauren London may be involved. I just heard Whack 100 talking about Nipsey Hussle and Lauren London were involved in the freak offs and shit. Who do you think introduced Cassie to Diddy? Some shit like that. Sounds like dude on Simpsons. The kid with the blue hair. Apu from The Simpsons. Motherfucker. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm starting to think that too. Eating GLY. Whack 100 is the feds, y'all. Yeah, I'm starting to think that too. He's such a big pyro, but he never go to prison, you know? Something's wrong there. And he's always got the inside scoop, you know? And he always knows when somebody about to get raided, y'all, you know? So, and he don't mind putting out people's business out there, so. Yeah, he probably working for them folks, man. We're gonna shove the Simpsons up somebody's ass. I haven't watched the Simpsons in probably since I was a kid. South Park is such a better cartoon. If you're gonna watch a cartoon, might as well watch South Park, right? God damn it! Oh, he hates it. All right, go watch paint dry. I know the show sucks. It's probably fish anyway. Lousy sick bastard. He'll be back under a new account, scumbag. That's right, Danny. You tell him. Everybody needs to shut the fuck up. All right, we're gonna drop a link again, so that this way we don't got people watching paint dry. What up, Kevin Wu? Yo, somebody sent me a picture today. Some guy eating pizza in a restaurant, and he's like, "Yo, I found Timpson." Damn. What up, Kevin Wu? Oh, you bought Kleenex in bulk because I'm crying. We need, yeah, man. Good. See, he's prepared. Smart man. He knows dark days are ahead. It's going to get cold and dark out. It's going to be a dark summer. Sorry, Smoke was on vacation, man. I'll see you in September. Ah, fuck. Garrison boy. The Simpsons season 2 to 10 were perfect. Talking about in the late 80s? Motherfucker. Fat Bowl Italian boy. Did I drop the link? All right, good. Somebody grab this goddamn link. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Just not about me. Shit. All right, let's see what's in the news. We already spoke about the Epstein shit. We touched on the Diddy stuff. Pause. Choke job. Knicks blow game 1 to Pacers in stunning fashion. So I guess they beat the Celtics. Despite going on a 14-0 run early in the fourth quarter, New York choked away the lead and the game. See? This is what the Knicks do, folks. Not that I give a shit. I'm just letting you know because I know there's a lot of fanatics out there. People are getting hurt out there in the street. They think the Knicks are so great, you know? Haven't won shit since 1976. So, sorry, man. Sorry. You're right. But look, don't worry. The Knicks are going to blow it. So they're up against the Pacers, huh? Well, we'll see how it goes. Forget about it. Did I ever see that? Let me see. I seen some shit on Instagram. I wonder how they make these fucking cartoons, man. How do you make the images come to life? Once I figure that out, we're gonna have some fucking fun. We're gonna have a lot of fun. The fuck am I looking at? Oh, forget about it. I did forget about it. Oh, I keep forgetting to watch that damn thing too. What was it called? Oh, this asshole's live right now. He's got 600 people watching. Yeah, see, look, he's got good cartoons, man. He's got 600 people watching cartoons. Look, some asshole said, I love this show. Look at this. Must be nice. How many subscribers? He's got over 1 million subscribers making cartoons, having fun, man. It's probably witty and funny. Motherfucker. Yes, that's what I was supposed to watch. Operation Odessa. I saved it to my watch later. I think it's on YouTube, right? Let me see. Yeah, it's on YouTube. So I saved it to my watch later. I'll do it again. Sounds like a sick movie. Who am I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about? There's a cartoon channel named Forget About It. Eric Cartman, boy. Smoke, I sent you some cartoons on the Instagram of movies like Scarface turned into cartoon. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it was cool, man. I seen that around. I saw that like a day or two ago. I'm like, damn, how the fuck did they do this, man? Once I find out whatever program they're using, see if I could use it, motherfucker. Oh, some assholes love this show also. Wow, thank you, Fat Bald Italian, man. Thank you, thank you. There's some people watching paint dry right now instead of watching this show. That's beautiful, man. Thank you very much, brother. Much needed and much appreciated. God bless. Thank God for you people. Thank God. If everybody could please like Fat Bald Italians Tremendous, beautiful, humongous donation. Thank you, brother. All right, now I feel better. I feel much better. Yes. Now we're gonna drop another link and have a goddamn show. Somebody get on here, man. Where's Dale? Get Dale on here right now. Somebody get Dale in here. Wheel his ass in here right now. Kleenex put away. Look at that. Kevin Wu doesn't need to cry tonight for once. Look at that. Now Kevin Wu can rest easy tonight, knowing that Gunsmoke the Don survived the ghetto once again. Thanks to the good graces of the good people in the chat. Fat Bowl Italian, thank you for everything. You've always been good to me, brother. For a long time now. God bless you. Can't thank you enough, brother. Shit. Where's Timpson? Timpson's out there probably rich now. I don't know. Sleeping next to his calculator on the nightstand. He's got the calculator ready. Well, they got the calculator on the phone now, so maybe he's just doing math equations on his phone. In between playing Candy Crush or some shit. In some dead tech postmodernistic fucking living room with the fucking those uncomfortable couches and shit. New generation, they don't give a shit what type of couch they sit on, man. They sit on this stiff shit, no back support, big ass obnoxious fucking pillows for cushions that you just move to the side anyway because it's fucking uncomfortable. Not a couch you could sleep on or lay down and watch TV. You know what I'm saying? Not the type of couch you want to catch a blowjob on. So maybe that's the type of house he's living in, because that's what this new generation does, man. They got no taste in furniture and shit. Yeah, man. Timpson was eating pizza at VIP. Yeah, that was funny. I was like, it kind of looks like Timpson, too. An older version. And he had like this mischievous look on his face. And I was like, what the fuck is he thinking about, man? I wonder what he's thinking. He's sitting there eating his slice. This fucking look on his face. Like something's funny, Drugs, bread, Carrie. Who's Ned? I forgot. Is that the cop? Think I need this shit? We're scrolling up here. Pakistani boy. I guess India and Pakistan aren't fighting no more, huh? You don't hear about that shit. I guess that's done with. Pakistani boy. He is the Nam vet with the voice box. Oh, yeah. Ned, yeah. Did he always get the shit end of the stick too, that guy? Becky, me too. You gotta go look at her channel. Motherfucker. Oh, when Megyn Kelly makes fun of Meghan Markle? Yeah, that shit's hilarious. I love that shit. I always love a good Meghan Markle bashing for some reason, Every few months they come up with old shit too, Just to keep her in the news, keep attacking her, It's entertaining, I guess, But yeah, that Prince Harry, he's the king of the cucks over there. Prince Harry, boy. Yeah, I guess so, Danny. Yeah, I guess so. She's got a weird head, but whatever. She's pretty. Who am I to judge? Maybe I developed a weird head now. Motherfuckers. All right, let's read the news because we're drifting into boredom. Big fat Al Sharpton, my man, the Reverend. I am here to announce I am running for president. You can't run for president, Al. I told you, man. We just want fat Al Sharpton, man. When you was fat, you should have ran. Well, you did run, and you lost. You should have kept going while you were fat. Now you're skinny and, no, it's not going to work, Al. This guy looks like the mayor of Munchkin Land now. He's about 5 foot tall. Lost his beautiful perm. Looks all deflated and shit. Buying size extra small and shit. Nah, man. We need the fat Al Sharpton, man, with that beautiful perm, like a lion's mane. That big sweaty mustache marching down the block like, hello, Mr. Amos. You're going to apologize. Marching through Bensonhurst like, come on, you crackers. Taking a fucking butter knife to the fucking chest and surviving, eating that shit. Surviving. Eat your fucking knife. I think you lost something. You know. That's the Al Sharpton you would have voted for. Did you see the video? Yeah. Free blueberry pie for your vote. Everybody's eating the blueberry pie. That's a classic. And the blueberry pie was all over our face. They were the ones eating the pie. According to Joey Merlino, Al Sharpton is a rat. Well, I could see why he would say that. Didn't he wear wire on some Genovese guy? I don't know if it was over drugs or extortion or some shit. Al Sharpton wore a wire on somebody. He was playing with. I was talking to the Genovese. He was talking to the Genovese. I think. He busted somebody. Somebody went down behind his bullshit. I just did a public service. You smashed out Karen Reed again after court today? Nice. A few drinks after court? Must be nice. She looks like she hangs out with the Bridge and Tunnel crowd. He also said Don King is a rat. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Don King, he's another one like Gianni Russo. He's got like 2 manslaughters and shit. Gets away with it. I don't know. He's another sick fuck. I never heard that shit about Don King, boy. Don King's an evil bastard. All that shit he was doing, yeah, he should have went to jail. Maybe he is. Maybe you're right. It was Don King. Thank you, Becky Town. All right. Nobody wants to hear about whatever the fuck I was talking about. David Dinkins, boy, yeah, that was your man's. Used to love Dinkins destroying the city. Maybe better than what we got now. What the hell is this? Hold on, I'm looking at the news here. Longtime NFL owner dead at 65. Jim Irsay, the longtime owner of the Colts, died at the age of 65. Nightmare! Shouts to the West Side. What up, Nightmare boy? Thank you, Nightmare. My man. I made so much money with Thinkins. I bet you did, man. You guys robbed the city blind. And you just robbed Kamala for a good 500,000 before the campaign was over. Good for you, Al. Nightmare boy. Yo, Nightmare, thanks for everything, man. Thanks for coming on the show last night. That was good. Driving around the hood. Yeah. We're going to make you drive around East LA. Yeah, next time. You'll go to East LA. And then you're going to go to, we're going to make you walk Hollywood Boulevard. The Hollywood Walk of Fame. They got a YouTuber chick. She walks up and down Hollywood Boulevard looking like Barbara Streisand. She gets 900 people watching her. Every night she does the same thing. She just walks up and down Hollywood Boulevard at night and she talks into the camera. Sometimes she looks seductively into the camera lens, like, you know. Like, she looks like Barbara Streisand, but you might want to, you know, I don't know. Sometimes she has a seductive look about herself. A stupid, dopey look about it that I like, you know. But, yeah. We're going to make you do that, Nightmare. That's going to be fun. Maybe you'll bump into her. Yeah. All right, nobody's grabbing the fucking link tonight. God damn it. Don't embarrass me now. What's it, only Wednesday? Fuck. You think I need this agita? Tony! Where's Dwayne, man? No Dwayne tonight. Tony! No, that was fun last night, man. I enjoyed the conversation. That was good. No, not you. The chick. The Barbara Streisand chick, man. She's walking up and down Hollywood Boulevard. She's probably doing it right now. She's another one that just constantly live, but she must be making a killing with the views. Well, she's not live right now, but let me see. Oh, she's got a live scheduled for 2 a.m. She's on the west side. She's going to be walking around Hollywood Boulevard aimlessly. Anyway, back to the friggin' news. That sucks. Because nobody's grabbing the link. Grab that linky boy. Linky dink boy. Pause. Oh, forget it. That's stupid. Fuck. Oh! Shouts to the anonymous guy. I don't know if he wants me to say his name. Thank you very much for the PayPal, brother. Oh, man. Canada is talking to the U.S. about joining its Golden Dome missile defense system. The multi-layered $175 billion system would for the first time put U.S. weapons in space. Trump said the previous day he expected the system to be fully operational by the end of his term in 2029. Yeah, so the Canadians won in. Shouts to my Canadians, man. Yeah, we're going to protect your ass, boy. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you, brother. You're going to be in Flushing on Saturday. What the hell are you doing in Flushing? Shit. You're going to the worst part of Queens. What the hell are you doing over there, boy? I don't know. Maybe we could meet up. I don't know where the fuck I'm going to park. Flushing, you can't even turn down some streets in Flushing. It's a fucking nightmare. What the hell are you doing there? Shouts to Danny Santos. I'm going to drop a link again. God damn it. Somebody, please. I know you're listening. All right. In the meantime, let's see what Sakali had to say today. What the hell? Yo, Danny, you're the man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Got some business. Got to meet up with a couple of friends. All right. Yeah, man. Hey, shit. Let me know, bro. We could hang out. Shit. My man, Danny. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. I tuned into this Dom Sakali earlier, but he wasn't talking shit. He's talking about himself, how great he is, you know? And his workout regimen. Sometimes I like a good cleanse. I eat creatine sometimes. I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Did that sound Pakistani too?
To Michael, Washwoman, Mancuso, and the Bonanno crime family for calling them all rats, making innuendos.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is old. Oh, let me go to his channel. The Washwoman Mancuso.
Good evening.
Oh, shit.
Oh, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to another live
Guy's
edition
happy.
of Mafia Roundtable, Sakali's Corner Unfiltered. Names that.
Shut up.
Good evening,
Shut
Prince
up.
of Park Avenue, South New York. Yo, Dom. What's up, Prince of Park Avenue?
Shut up.
On here? No. Okay, he's not here. I thought I did. Anyway, All-Star I meant. See, I got CJ
come on.
on it. We're working on it. We have what's up?
We
had a grueling day today. But you know what? We're going to talk about Jeff Papu today. And he should...
Jeff Papu? That was corny. Come on, man. We're going to talk about Jeff Papu. What the fuck is that? Was this guy been watching Mary Poppins?
He had a grueling day today. But you know what? We're going to talk about Jeff Papu today. And he should definitely be jailed for being a hater. It's disgusting. He's a disgusting, foul person. But
wow. A lot of hate and animosity there. What the fuck's going on, man? This guy's obsessed. Oh, that's what you meant. You cracked heads for that. The fuck? What are you, a boxer or something, man? What the fuck are you doing out there? Sakali was supposed to sign the $90 book. Gene ripped me. Oh, yeah?
Oh, we're going to get it signed by Dom Sakali.
Yeah, I can't believe that, man. That's fucked up. I guess I can believe it, but it's fucked up that it even happened. really don't have to worry about nukes. All they have to do is shut our power grid down or contaminate the water, and they got us. That's why they're looking at our bases and stuff, and they've been looking at our what do you call that? Those facilities where they filtrate the water and stuff, whatever. They've been looking at all that shit. Satellites and drones and all that. I think they're gearing up for a war with us. They want Taiwan, and they know we're not going to allow that. It's going to be a standoff. When I saw some AI stuff about hypothetically what would happen if China attacked the U.S. and how they would do it, and yeah, they would try to take down our grids and all that stuff. They would attack from the West Coast, attack Hawaii, attack California, attack Washington, attack Alaska. And then we would hit back and destroy their fleets and stuff. And they would be pushed back and repelled. And then we would attack China. And then it would end up into a nuclear standoff in the end. And then you don't know what happens after that. So that's how it ended. It ends in a nuclear standoff, which I don't like. I don't want to hear that. That's the thanks we get building up their economy. That friggin' Nixon had to deal with them shitheads. We thought we were bringing them democracy, Nah, man. They just became more emboldened to be fucking communist pricks. Jesus, Danny. Or whatever works, right? Canadians have been urinating in our drinking water for generations. Are you sure? I hope not. They said New York's got the cleanest drinking water in the whole country. Or at least it used to. You can drink right from the sink if you're a gavon. China needs us to buy their crap. Yeah. No, they want to act like they don't need us, but yeah. But that's got to come to an end. See, they're making our medicines. They're controlling the rare earth mineral stuff. That's no good. They've already threatened before to cut that stuff off during these trade negotiations. So we don't need them having that shit, or controlling that shit. We used to make everything here in this country. We used to have factories all over the place. Detroit was once a bustling city. Now it's a dump. The biggest money maker in Detroit is giving out parking meter tickets. It's a sad state of affairs. That's because we sacrificed our factories and stuff and sent them overseas. Cheap labor, slave labor. Should be illegal. Really. But we got used to low prices and cheap prices and paying low wages. The price of stuff goes up. That means you got to pay people more. Everybody's got to get paid more. They don't want that. So let's just keep everything cheap and then keep the fucking federal fucking pay rate at fucking $7 for the next fucking 20, 30 years. I think to this day it's like $7.40 or some federal pay rate minimum. Probably some poor schlep out there in Utah working for fucking $7 an hour. I used to work a shit job working $6 an hour at fucking Eckerd. I don't know if you guys remember Eckerd back in the day. Kind of like Rite Aid, but it was like Eckerd. Used to be Genovese. Then I think it became Eckerd. Then I think Rite Aid took over Eckerd or some shit, maybe. I don't know. Obama gave Iran what? Oh, the Iron Dome. Gave Iron Dome to Israel. We should have been had that over here years ago. 20 years ago, we should have had that over here. I don't know what they're thinking, you know. In this day and age, we definitely need it. So good. Because Russia was threatening a few years ago that they got an intercontinental missile that could reach anywhere, hypersonic, unstoppable. I guess the Ukrainians proved them wrong with that because they shot down some of those missiles. It's supposed to be hypersonic and unstoppable. But just in case, you know, we need the Iron Dome. Shoot that shit out of the sky. And make sure Russia doesn't have no fucking Iron Dome. So if they ever try to strike us, we hit them first. Successfully. That's what we need. Yeah. If we can make the homeland untouchable, that's pretty good. It isn't very effective. It has been penetrated numerous times by inferior missiles. That's because they fire so many at once that, you know, you can't catch them all. That's the problem. And Russia's got over 6,000 nuclear missiles. More than us. They got like 1,000 more than us. Who knows what they really got? And if they're going to fire them, I don't know. I don't know if they're crazy enough to fire them all at the same time. That would destroy the planet. That'd be too much. I don't know what you need 6,000 nukes for. I mean, what the hell are you going to do with all that shit? You'll destroy the world friggin' a billion times over. We just did nuclear testing the other day. I just read it today. They released some Minuteman missile, some Minuteman rocket, pause, to show American strength. That's good. Oh, yeah, I forgot. This Dom Sakali motherfucker.
You know what? Keep on hating because we're going to keep on growing. Dom, this is a rug pull. You're going to rob people. Well, folks, let me tell you something. Today, within the next 24 to 48 hours, we should be on coin market cap.
I don't want to hear this shit. All right, well, there goes that. Why put his face in the thumbnail and put his name in the title if you're not going to talk shit? Self-promotion bullshit. I wish I had something to promote. Wish I had some obscure fucking weird fucking product to promote. Santini wants the link? Bullshit. See, his politics I don't like. I'm happy to have a debate with him, I guess. Actually, I don't know, man. I'm kind of remembering all the shit he did back in all the shit he said. I don't know. Maybe it's not a good idea. I don't know. Fucking Iron Dome boy. He ain't coming on here. The fuck? Anyway, fuck. Who's Santini? They call him Handstand, don't they? I'm sure you heard of him, Mooch. Come on. Moochie boy. Think I need this, Ajita? All right, let's see what else is in the news. Come on, man. Give us something good. Oh, too woke. We're not going to read about that. The fountain of youth might already be in your medicine cabinet. Want to age a little more like whoever the fuck and a little less like your iPhone battery? A new study says the fountain of youth might already be in your medicine cabinet. Oh, this is well. Vitamin D supplements may help slow down the biological aging process by as much as 3 years. Oh, big fucking deal. 3 years? Come on. Oh, look, I got one less wrinkle. Yeah, sure. Gay uncle boy. I need a good joke, gay uncle. Come on, man. Tell me something funny. Oh, gee, with the vendetta. Hate when the ads cut you off, Smoke. I'm trying to. All right, fine. You know what? Tonight, since you guys were so generous tonight, I'm going to turn off the ads. I'll turn off the ads tonight. I won't give you no commercials. All right, I turned it off, Mooch. I'm sorry. That's right, Danny. I forgot about that. Yeah, no seat. God damn it, leave the ads, boy. When I see the ads, I click on the link. Everyone do the same. What's up, Padre? What did Lee say about MRE? What, he said something else? Let me see. Unless you're talking about the shit from last week. He kept it respectable, from what I remember. He didn't get down and dirty. It was Christmas, dude. You wished me a Merry Christmas. Remember that, dude? So there was that I remember. Huh? No, it's all good, Mooch. You don't ever feel like that, Mooch. No, it's all good. No. You guys are very good to me tonight, especially Fat Bull Italian, Bella, Danny Green, as always. Thank you, guys. Always. Danny Santos. Oh, from the other day? Yeah, okay. So, what the fuck did he say? What else did he say? It was Christmas, dude. No, he was just saying he's a piece of shit for putting up his son up there and stuff. And he didn't get down and dirty. There was a guy lurking outside of your house. They caught him? Good. Got peeping Toms out there. Yeah, we're in a different age, man. It's weirdos out there, man. Peeping Tom boy. Who else talks shit up? Oh, yeah, let's see what Joey Merlino's up to. Good old Joey Merlino. With Schnuff. Now we're going to see what Gene Borello's up to, that motherfucker. All right, they haven't done a live in 2 months. Wow. They got a YouTube short here. Snuff is stuffing his face with a taco. Let's see what this is about.
We're live here in Boca Raton, Florida. First stop on vacation.
Is it Boca Raton or Boca Raton? I've been saying Boca Raton my whole life. He said, we're here live in Boca Raton, Florida. The best shrimp you're ever going to have in your life is right here, right now. You're not here. I'm here with Joey.
Fish house. Got a little cocktail sauce.
Of course, we got cocktail sauce. We got butter.
Got my lemon for my shrimp cocktail.
We got the lemon for the shrimp cocktail. Can't forget the lemon.
Now listen, see these shrimp cocktails right here? They're long and they're ice cold. You can't eat hot fish. I don't care where you go. If you got hot shrimp cocktail, I'm not interested. Yeah.
You can't get cold shrimp anywhere else. If you're eating hot shrimp, I can't deal with you. Look how I eat it and stuff my face now. Watch. With my greasy fucking meat hooks. With my Lucky Luciano haircut. I can't make fun of his hair because I'm bald. See, that's not fair, man. Why do I gotta feel shame if I want to make fun of the guy's haircut, you know? God damn it. Every time I make fun of somebody's hair, I feel bad because I'm bald, you know? It's not right. I don't know how Snuff lets Joey abuse him in those shorts. I know they're just skits, but still, have some dignity. Yeah, you know. The first time when he kicked the friggin' mozzarella sticks out of his hands, I was shocked. I was like, what? But then I said, all right, you know, it's a skit, whatever. All right. Hush bet. Then the second skit, they turned it up a notch where he walks in and slaps fucking ice cream in his face. Slapped him pretty hard, too. Ice cream made contact with his face and then hit the floor. Wasted. I don't know if you bought ice cream lately, but ice cream is expensive. You ain't getting no vanilla cone no more for $1 or $2. $7.50, $7, $7.25 for a fucking lousy, the same cone you've been getting since the early 90s, boy. When you was playing Skip It, when you was playing Skip It, boy, on the street, on the block. With your pogo stick and your basketball and shit. Pause. Are you in a kid? No. Oh, you talking to her? Okay. You know, in New York, we ain't got no rights for shit. I seen one. He smushed some ice cream in his face. Yeah. That crossed the line. Yeah, that's when I was like, yo, this is getting deep now. See, now once you let Joey do that, see, now he gets used to it. Now he thinks you know, it's okay to do that shit. So I don't know. Maybe, but they haven't done that in a while now. So maybe Snuff told him, like, you know, Joe, this makes me look bad, Joe. I don't know. You think you broke your knuckles at boxing tonight? That sounds like it hurts. Get some ice, man. Put your hand in a bucket of ice water. The hell are you doing boxing out there, man? It's friggin' Wednesday night. What are you doing? Shit. I love those states, man. You don't have to have a license to carry. That's beautiful, man. That's how it should be. You're an American citizen. You were born in America. You should be able to walk into a gun store and buy a gun, no matter what state you're in. As long as you know the mental health shit checks out. You ain't got no history of fucking no bullshit there, you know. You don't gotta see Dr. Melfi and shit. Anyway. Yeah, we're all fucked, Mooch. Nobody's grabbing the fucking link, huh? So it looks like Joey Merlino really said fuck YouTube, huh? All right. Who else is talking shit out there? Oh, let's see what this guy's up to. Is this the same shit that we played before?
It's an alleged, you name it, he is it. And the fact that you're going to go so low to start talking about people's family, you're a hypocrite, because that's all you've ever fucking done. That's all.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I really don't even care. What the fuck? Somebody grab the link, man. Give me something to talk about. I don't want to hear. I want to hear these shitheads, man. I want to hear this shit. I don't even care. I've heard enough. Son of a bitch. All right, we're fucked. We are fucked. All right, so yeah, eat vitamin D, guys. It's the fountain of youth. What's this shit? Ex-Kohl's CEO kept affair with the live-in lover a secret for years, and even raised eyebrows promoting her coffee. Ashley Buchanan, who was fired from the top job at Kohl's over conflicted business ties with a romantic partner. Oh, his name is Ashley? A guy? His name's Ashley. He kept his relationship hidden from 3 major retailers over a period of at least 5 years, even as the two lived together in a Texas home. Buchanan and Chandra Holt, the founder of coffee business Incredibrew, lived together in a $3 million mansion in a ritzy neighborhood called the Vaquero Club. Imagine your neighborhood's called the Vaquero Club. You rich bastard. What up, Casperosa? Danny says, if I grab the link, I'm going to talk about the sex because that's all I'm dying. My shit gives me right now. Huh? Oh, we got real talk in here. Yo, Smoke, I haven't seen you in a minute. I've been around. What up, Real Talk? What up, Michael Mormile? Shouts to Casperosa, man. What the fuck, man? Nobody puts devil in the attic. You've got to be on your hut. So these assholes live in a ritzy neighborhood called the Vaquero Club, where they go on dinner dates at the clubhouse and play tennis together. I've seen how those rich folks live. I know what they're talking about. It's a whole fucking community over there of just rich fucks, and it's private, it's closed off. They got a country club where they all are members of. They got tennis courts, they got pools, they got food, chicken salad sandwiches and shit. Jay Dams, my man. You know how I feel about those memberships. Thank you, Jay Dams. Shit. Let's see who got it. Oh, Steve got it. Nice. Thank you, J Dams. Good shot. Free Luigi? You sick motherfucker. What are you, a leftist radical? You think that's the way to handle things? You know? A lot of good he did. You know. After he pulled that stunt, you know. The healthcare industry really changed after that. So many changes, you know. What did he accomplish? Nothing. Took a man's life over bullshit. He didn't change a fucking thing. And if he gets away with it, that's going to be a sin. And he might, in this sick world, with the amount of support he's getting, he might. A lot of sympathetic people like this out there. He was framed by ass. They got manifestos. They got a whole bunch of shit. They trailed his ass. They didn't pick his ass. They didn't pick his name out of a hat, you know. They got their man. So, but that doesn't mean shit. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. So we'll see what happens with Luigi boy. He might get away with it. Yeah. Yes, they are. Very rich. Some Israelis that work for the embassy in D.C. just got... Yeah, I read that. I didn't want to talk about it. But yeah. It's crazy. It's getting crazy out there, man. But it was in D.C., so maybe it was Iran, because Iran does that shit sometimes. I think they tried to assassinate somebody in D.C., or they did. Some guy a few years back. I think in D.C. Uh-oh. Here we go. My man.
Hey!
Hey.
There you go. Hang on. Make me bigger, son.
Lightning does strike twice.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go, my mate.
You want a circle or you want a square?
Square.
You want a
Yeah,
square?
give us a square.
You're a square kind of guy. All right, let's see.
Yeah. How you been, son? I just come in the room. I had a lunch. I just went around the corner from the hotel. I was listening to a bit of Angel Gotti's show as I was eating a lunch, you know, with my earplugs. And, yeah, it was on. It was a bit on over there. And then I saw you on, and I thought, I'll hop on because I got too many people on the panel there. So I thought I'll join you.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I've been struggling to get somebody to grab the link, man. I've been begging practically.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I had a laugh after I jumped off when you went into a bit of imitation mode with the Reverend Al Sharpton. Please give me an encore about blueberry pie.
They were the ones eating the blueberry pie. Hold on, Mr. Thomas. Hold on.
Yeah. I was rolling on the floor. I did one for you with the Aussie Chinese succulent meal.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Arrested for what?
Scrubbing my cock.
Eating a Chinese succulent meal? Yeah, so I did one for you. You owe me with the Reverend Al Sharpton. Give me an encore.
God damn.
Mama, finger in the blueberry pie.
Did you ever see that? It's on YouTube. You could
I'll look out for it. I didn't know. Like I said, I don't know all things American, but I do know the Reverend. I've heard of the Reverend Al Sharpton. Yeah, he's an activist.
To say the least, I guess.
Yeah, to say the least. Exactly.
But I like the fat Al Sharpton. You know, he's skinny now.
He's a skinny man now. He doesn't look well, but he must have worked. I think he got one of those stomach staples.
He probably did. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, because when you see a man look like that, it means he's on his last legs, and I think he's been like that for years. So that means he's not dying. He's controlling.
I'm healthy now.
Hey?
He's healthy now.
Yeah, well, yeah.
No more blueberry pie.
The blueberry pie.
They were the ones eating the pie.
I love it. I love
You
those.
got to see the commercial, man. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, I didn't know it was a commercial. I thought
Yeah, it's an
you said it
MSNBC commercial.
Okay. Well, there you go.
He tells a story about how he used to steal blueberry pie and eat it.
Okay.
And then deny it, but it was all over his face.
The imitation you did it was, I just love it. The way some of these African Americans talk is classic. You know, they put it this way: they're very economical with their words. They don't like to go the long way on a proper English sentence. They'll say, "What's up?" instead of "How are you doing, sir?"
Yeah,
you know.
What up?
That's what I've observed. Anyway, So you did say. Well, ask me any questions. Let me just pop around over here. Ask me. I'm listening.
All right, let me think. You're putting me on the spot. Hold on, we got Al Sharpton here. Who you call an African American? I'm a black man from Brooklyn. You got to be careful. You never know. Some like it, some don't, man.
Yeah. No,
we are not African.
I like it. Yeah.
I'm from South Carolina.
I don't get to hear much of African American talks where we come from, unless it's a movie or something. You know. So I like their way of speaking the Queen's English.
Yeah.
They make it their own in their own. They're in their own way.
Yeah, they do.
They're very economical with their words. It's almost like, down where we are, where Papua New Guinea is, they got a version of English. It's called Pidgin English. You got to probably someone Google it, and I'll understand what it is. Pidgin English, which means a blend of everything. You know, they're cultural words with modern English. But anyway,
Is that why I can't understand some British people?
On?
Huh?
Haven't you had anyone on?
On tonight? No, not yet. You're the first guy.
Okay. Well, it's probably still early for you, isn't it?
Fairly
I know
early.
Age has been on. Like I said, I just heard, as I was getting on, I was walking back to my hotel room. I had the Angel show in the background. She said, someone texted her that she found out I was on Gunsmoke.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and I was laughing because she said it with tongue in cheek, and she said that someone would have advised me, like, oh, it's all over. No, Angel knows me, mate.
Yeah.
I might go on that. You know, I don't go, not many. Probably you're the only one now, other than her show. I love Angel. I'll always keep going there. But, you know, when there's a lot of people on the panel, it's no point me going up there. Like I said, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. I always support her. You know. So there you go. And she's not upset because she knows I am loyal. Even if I go in someone's chat, I don't talk shit about her. I don't talk.
No, we're not talking shit about her on here.
No,
I wouldn't put you in that position, man.
Yeah, if you ever were to have a beef, let me know so I can jump off.
Of course. I wouldn't put you in that position, bro.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, because it's your show. If you ever had a beef, just give me a second's notice and I'll jump off, because I definitely do not want to be on the panel. If someone's going to say something to you that's hopping on, and he's got a beef. Yeah, so let's just make that clear. Yeah. No, she's lovely girl. I'm going to take her out for a Chinese. Hey,
succulent Chinese.
When I get to New York, I'm going to take her for a succulent Chinese dinner. And what happens after that is no one's business.
That's right.
Exactly.
Chicken pot pie after. Yeah.
Chicken pot pie. I want curds. I want the works. Man, me and her, we'll be rolling on the bed, mate. You know. But anyway, that's. I don't cross the line, Adrian. Don't worry, love.
No.
Get back to you. She knows me.
They were talking about chicken pot pie.
Yeah.
Big
Well, apparently she's cooked one for someone else that went there.
Yeah.
Well, she better cook one for me. She better cook one for me when I get there, because the good old Aussie loves a bit of meat pie, and I want a bit of chicken pop. Yeah.
I don't even
But
think Lee's got
anyway,
chicken pot pie. I wanted to ask you last night. What do you think about Lee? Because you wanted to talk about some of that shit. So, how do you feel about Lee? What do you think about Lee?
Lee Cole.
Lee Cole from Bensonhurst.
I find him all right. Like I said, I've only dropped into this community about 10 months ago, so I find him is all right. And he's, so I don't know history before, but what I know of him, he's been a gentleman to me. Of course, he'll take he'll break my shoes like Angel says, but I can take that. Same with Jim Terry. He breaks me a bit more, but I can take it. Yeah, that's his shtick.
Yeah,
he's entertaining. He does cross the line, of course. Like there was on the show today. It was on today. Well, all about Jim, but you gotta understand where he's changed the formula to the show. Yeah. He's bringing in a few shekels for the girls, and of course, but I don't agree with everything he does. But then again, I haven't seen anything which demands his hanging or, which demands him to be, locked up for 25 years somewhere. I haven't seen anything like that. So a lot of these people get their knickers in a knot. Now, knickers in a knot is like what you might call panties in a knot.
Exactly. Yeah.
We call them knickers, ladies' underwear, knickers.
Yeah.
So a lot of people tend to get their knickers in a knot over Jim for nothing. What? You just got to, it's not fucking something that's going to change your life. All right, it might be, everyone can just switch off, if you need to. But anyway, I don't want to talk behind his back. If he's on the panel, I could, I don't want to talk behind people's back. But anyway, political, anything political you want to ask? Or military?
Well, did you hear about Trump today, that he had the president of South Africa in the Oval Office?
Yeah, he did a good old-fashioned ambush on the fella.
Well, that's what they're saying, yeah.
Yeah, he did a good old-fashioned safari ambush, mate. He literally stalked his what we, but it's like, and he pulled it on. Now, I think that's got to be a bit of Elon Musk in there as well. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. Elon Musk comes from that society. Yeah, because him and Elon Musk are like literally literally Donald Trump's taken him under his wing or vice versa. They're like best buddies, and that's happened since the assassination attempt. I read that chemistry months ago, and even though Elon has been paying for it through his shares on his Teslas because of the haters, want to get onto him. He stepped back from the organising DOG or Doge, but he's still behind the scenes, guaranteed. And Trump would have him as an advisor. And when it comes to this South African issue, definitely he's been an advisor. And if anything, he's the one who told him about the film, the photographs, the cemeteries. So it was definitely Elon Musk's hand in this ambush for sure. Now, whether that's correct or not, I'm a neutral. Like I'm a neutral in the Russian-Ukraine, of course.
I don't know. You sounded pretty favorable.
Listen, I heard, to some people out there would, because listen, you've been American all day. If anyone says anything positive about the Russians, you're a Putin puppet or something like this. Yeah. No, I go by cold hard. I've got a soft spot for the Russian military because they're just so good. And they've proven it. Listen, they've had a military. They've been fighting people before yous ever existed. Yous were just a land of Indians, Indios. Before Columbus. Literally, when Columbus bumped into the Americas, the Russians were fighting, had just finished cleaning out the Mongols. Who did they have after that? The Tatars, the Turks, Central Asian nomads. These are like first-class warriors for centuries. And this is when Columbus was starting to bump into you. Your Mayflower hadn't even arrived, man.
We're a young country. We're very young, yeah, of course. But look at all the
what are you? 250 years old? 300?
Almost 250. Actually, this year, 250.
Officially, Columbus bumped into it, but as a state, you're about 280 years old. Okay. Well, the Russians have got history. That's like yesterday for the Russians, and, like most of Europe as well, and, and Asia.
Yeah.
So the Russians are what we call, me fighters, and I like the not ideologically, of course. Some of I got a soft spot for what was the Waffen SS with fighters as fighters, not ideology. All right, so I'm not an NA whatever. Okay, I go by what I see as military history, and the Waffen SS, not the general German army, which is say they were like say 15% of the army. They had about 220,000 by the time the war finished. They were what we call not the SS who ran concentration camps. They're different. They were assholes. They were, they deserved what they got in the end. They were usually Dad's army type of people with a few, thing. But the Waffen SS was just strictly on the battlefield. They never, fought unarmed people on the at least 99%. No. And that's where I followed them in history and all that. But the Russians, I can't be both or one or the other. I like the Russians, and they fought. They destroyed the Waffen SS in the end. So, like I said, I remind you. Sorry, ask a question. Sorry, I don't want to.
Go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so like I remind you, when you first entered, like your main focus in the beginning was against Japan, because they were sons of bitches. They bombed Pearl Harbor, brought you into the war. So your main focus up until 43 was in the Pacific. So but when you did start to fight the Nazis, it wasn't in Europe, in end of 42, 43, because D-Day hadn't started until June 6, 44. But you started the first clash with the Germans in North Africa, where Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco is. There was a famous battle where the Germans beat you at the Casagrande Pass, or Casagan Pass, somewhere in North Africa. Anyway, yous were fighting, and even then it took you a while, and guess who you were fighting? Rommel, the Desert Fox, Irvin Rommel. Have you ever heard of Irvin Rommel?
I heard of Rommel. Yeah, he was in the African campaign.
You were fighting with the British against Irvin Rommel. But even then, you were only fighting. Someone told me, I read it was 4 to 8 divisions, which is still a lot. It's about 200,000 Germans. But at the same time, and for a longer period of time, the Russians were fighting 200 divisions, not 6 to 8. 200 divisions. We're talking 4 to 5 million at one time.
Numbers,
So that's why the Russians are the ones who destroyed the Nazism in more or less. The British and the Americans came in detail just to clean up. It was more or less. You still had to fight hard because the Germans were until they were beaten by 45. They were still fighting. They could still had good weapons. And still a lot of men under arms when you came in D-Day. But all the big fighting, Stalingrad, even the biggest.
How many people died in Stalingrad on the Russian side? 11 million?
No, not 11.
Or was that the total?
Well, I reckon it would have been just in Stalingrad, maybe 2 million Russians at least.
I heard that was one of the craziest battles with Stalingrad.
Yeah. Oh, it was house to house. And the Germans had a chance. When they reached the city, they had 2 full to 3 days where they could have entered it unopposed. But they held it. It came back to haunt them later. Even von Paulus, the big field marshal who got captured later, said that I was trying to be careful not to overstretch. I was waiting for all my back supplies to catch up and then to give it a go. But he goes, in hindsight, I should have gone in and taken that city because the Russians were on the other side of that massive Volga River. And if they had taken it, it would have been easier. In other words, they wouldn't have lost, not as quick at the very least. So that was a bad strategy. Yeah, they could have taken the city 2-3 days before the Russians reinforced it and then that's why the Russians are pretty expert. A lot of people don't give them credit in the West, But yeah. But anyway, listen, I'll just go off the camera,
Yeah.
but I'll stay in the background. Okay, ask me.
Well, the Russians have a weird history, man. I mean, they killed the Tsar, they killed his family, and they're proud of that shit, And
Now I read yesterday in one of the comments that someone was asking about the Russian Rus. Kiev and Rus said they were Germanic. No, this is what it is. The Rus is almost like a bit of both. Some of the original people were Rurik Scandinavians or like Swedes a bit, like the first Rurik and his sisters, a bunch of, but most of them came Slavic from the east. This is why Russia is like a combination of Europe with a bit of East Asian or Central Asian, and that together is like an iron sword. You forge it, you make this.
Well, they don't consider themselves European. They consider themselves Asian.
In a way, yes, they can call themselves both. Actually, they can call themselves both European, and that's why to this day they don't throw themselves as like you said, as being Europeans. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about a Russian problem for since 200 years ago. But because the British, the French, and the Germans who've been battling with them over the last 200 years at least, and it goes more, but full on in the last since Napoleon, that the Western Europeans never considered them fully Western European. In other words, not culturally part of our world. They're like similar but different because, like you said, they've got a Central Asian cultural background as well, and the Slavic cultural background.
I don't know why they hate us so much. Why do they hate America so much? Why? Why such animosity towards the world? Why are they hell bent on? They're very proud people. I don't understand.
Gunsmoke. That question you can pose it. Why do the West hate them so much as well? Why do you hate Russians?
Well, look at Stalin. Look at Lenin. Stalin, Lenin. They were animals. They were savage. They killed. I think Stalin alone killed 50 million people. His own people too.
Yeah. And the Bolsheviks. Yeah.
They were radicals. They were lunatics. Lenin was a lunatic. That Marxist bullshit, whatever the fuck he was doing. And then they killed the Tsar and his family, women and children. Anastasia.
Because it was that was called a revolution. So when you got a revolution and a violent one, a lot of people are gonna die.
But it was an unjust revolution. It was a revolution for communism. I mean, at least the French, when the French did their revolution, we helped them with the bullshit. And whatever. At least they were fighting for liberty and freedom, and a French Republic or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. But just to I can't defend the Russians there, but you're right. But yeah,
that's why we're weary of them. They have a weird. I don't know. Russia has a weird history there, especially starting off from the Tsar till now.
Yeah. No, I agree. Just to go back, what you asked, how come the Russians don't like to be with Western Europe? When we say Europe, we mean Western Europe. They've always been most part Eastern European, Far Eastern European, but not what we call the traditional Europeans who settled your part of the Americas. Now, who were the people who settled? I'm talking North America, not South. South America was the Spanish and the Portuguese mixed up with all the
it's all indigenous. It's all Western Europe,
Yeah. But South America was colonized by the Spanish, the Portuguese, mixed up with the indigenous, local, what you call the Hispanics. Or they
Taínos,
were
Indians, all them.
Indians as well. They were there before any Europeans.
The Mayans,
now, Northern European, North America, US, and then later Canada, was populated by first the English and the Dutch. But then who did they invite in? It was all just Western Europeans on the most part in the beginning. So who did they invite in first? The Germans, the Scandinavians, the Norwegians, the Dutch, a bit of French, Danish, and then after it was the Czechs, the Poles, and then Italians, the Jewish from Eastern Europe, the Greeks,
Irish.
a bit of this.
The Irish
so
always
so that's how that was populated. And of course, you had your sad slavery with the ships bringing them over from Africa, because in the beginning, the Dutch and the British, just like the Spanish were doing, and the Portuguese as well, they were bringing their slaves from the same part of Africa called the Gold Coast. Now,
Liberia.
See, even a lot of African Americans, I've noticed, because I've observed it by, that, like, I'll never forget Oprah Winfrey when she made the biggest fuck up. She didn't even know where her own type of African people came from, her particular type of African, because, Africa is different. It's a bit like Asians as well. There's North Asians, there's Southeast Asians.
Yeah.
They look different. They're a different color. They're a slightly different, biologically. Now, I remember when she went to visit Mandela and she said, "Oh, my people came from South Africa." No, they don't. No South African was taken to be slaves in the Americas, North or South. Oh, your African Americans were literally cruelly by the British, the Dutch, and the Spanish selected, literally like you know how you, and it's cruel to say, it's not racist, but this is true. You know how you breed horses to do a certain work, and then race horses are thin. And have you seen draft horses?
Draft horses?
A draft horse is that big, with
the big ones,
that used to pull beer barrels and all that. They're called draft horses.
Yeah. I forgot what they called them. Clandestine horses. I forgot what they called them.
I don't know. We call them draft horses.
I know the big ones, the extra big ones.
Yeah. So listen, this is how you know that the Europeans, being more advanced, through study and that, they went to the part of Africa where it's like there's a bend. It starts from Senegal up to what's that country there? But it's in that middle where Nigeria is. What's it called? It's the Angola. Yeah, from Senegal to Angola. You look at an African map. Only from there they picked their slaves, because they were seen as, number one, non-religious. In other words, there was Africans who were Muslim, not allowed to be taken as slaves. If anything, the slave capturers, the ones who would capture the slaves, were Muslim Africans first. A little bit of mixed Arab African Muslims. And then they would sell them to the English ship owner, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese. That's how it is. There's a famous, did you ever see CNN when, what's his name? Don Lemon had a guest from England, and this is famous. You just have to look it up. He got schooled by this British, university, when he said, we should ask for compensation for all us African Americans from the British government thing. And she rolled out all this because she's got access to the archives in London that are 1,000 years old libraries there. So they got all the handwriting of 300 years ago when these ships were going there. Anyway, and she said, you know what? First of all, ask compensation from the black African Muslims who were called Berbers or thing, who were capturing these slaves, because and then they were taking them to the coast to be sold to the Europeans first, and then transport. So, and he was gobsmacked. Someone else maybe in the comments has heard of this. He was gobsmacked. He said, "Oh, okay, I didn't know this." Well, of course you got to look at it. You got to teach yourself to know this, your own history. Yeah. So anyway, any other questions? Yeah.
I mean, slavery is a stain that forever altered the course of history in America.
Terrible, yes. I mean, but
America still hasn't healed from it yet. I mean, we're still dealing with. We're a young country still, so it hasn't been that long yet.
Yeah, like Australia, we're even younger. In fact, Australia was founded after you Americans did the Boston Tea Party revolution, and the British were kicked out. So all of a sudden, the British had connections and thought USA was part of their that was their baby. You know, they could do what they want. They could take all the wealth out and sell it products back in, and others make a bonanza out of it. But you were kicked out because Boston Tea Party, the colonists, the first, they said enough of us getting taxed by King George over our, we're paying triple prices. You know what I mean?
King George. I like the way you said that.
King George they were calling him a son of a bitch. And what did they do?
Insolent swine.
The British were delivering tea to them, coming from India, another part of their world colonies, and they were selling it 3 times more the price than they were selling it to the Europeans in Europe. So obviously
they were treated like second-class citizens.
Yeah, they were like saying, "Hang on, man, we're over here, colonizing this place for your benefit. You're coming here and you're selling. It's a bit like you're coming here selling me. We'll put in something where everyone can laugh. You're coming here selling me weed 3 times more than they're selling it in Los Angeles. You're selling it to me in New York 3 times the price more, and I'm supposed to be your friend." So all of a sudden, they went and fucking opened the tea box and emptied it out in the Boston River. And that's how the war started, and Washington and all that later on. So you kicked out the British. So what did the British do? They went looking around desperately. They said, "We need another new USA." So what, they were looking around, they had these maps, and they knew there was a southern land somewhere on the bottom of Asia. But they weren't sure where. There's a few Dutchmen that mapped a little bit, and it was called Australia, Australasia. And that's where they went there, 1788. Now, this is just after they got kicked out of America. And that's how they discovered Australia. But this time they said, no way we're going to be bringing slaves where it can be a danger to us. They could take over, break free. So they said, no slavery there. We're just going to populate it with white, European, English, Scottish, Irish prisoners. And that's what they did. That's why the
Botany Bay boy.
Yeah, the Botany Bay. And that's why it was. And you know what? If you were, and they couldn't even find enough prisoners to send there. So what did they do? A cunning government. They said, they were telling the police, listen, even on suspicion that a lady or a man was stealing a loaf of bread that, desperate to eat, bang, charge them, lock them up, and they're on the first ship down on the other side of the world, Australia. And that's that's how they had a cunning plan. That's called social engineering in the old-fashioned world. Words, yeah. But anyways, and another type of social engineering was with the West Africans. Now, that's why they went to a part of Africa where it wasn't East Africa. Now, the Africans there, they're very skinny and very tall, but they're not built for manual labor. This is sad to say, but this has been proven because I've seen some of these old-fashioned letters in the archives in one of my libraries. And these people, you can almost, now this is like 300 years ago, you could see British letter writers who were on this trade. It was like a commodity, like you're selling Scotch whiskey today. And they would say, I need 200 new slaves. Mr. Hodgkins, can you please send a ship there? And when they arrive, whatever makes it there, I'll pay you on cash on demand. Like these type of letters. Unbelievable, but, they're not publicized much because it hurts people today, but that's the sad truth. And where would they go? They went to that specific geographic location because Africa's big. They didn't go North Africa, no, because they had Islam. And the Europeans, even though they were not Islamic, they were Christian, they knew don't fuck with the Muslims because they're people of the book. Anyone who's Jewish or Christian or Muslim is people of the book. They are people who you don't capture them or slave them. They're not allowed. almost like agreement. So they went to sub-Saharan Africa, where the Africans down there didn't have a religion. They were more like just simple people, farm people, lived in huts, mud huts and that, and just didn't have no universities, no schools, no technology, nothing, just labor forces. And that's where they went. And that's where Oprah Winfrey's ancestors came from, because the faces look different from East Africans, North Africans, and South Africans. The American Negro is a specific geographic area genetically. It's sad to say, but it's true. Not many people know that. Don't look into it. They don't study it. I've studied all this. So they're different. It's a bit like Europeans. There's Eastern Europeans, Northern blonde-blue-eyed Europeans, Southern Europeans, Italian, Greek. They all look different. But the Africans, they say, oh, Africans, we're all the same. No, it's like a European saying, like an Italian American saying 300 years later, my ancestors came from Norway. Impossible. Look at him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so sad to say. That's how the Africans were as well, treated like that. They came from that area that I told you, Angola, Nigeria, Benin, Senegal. They all have that same. The men are very strong, and not all men were tall. But and then this is the sad bit. When they were brought over, and they were taken to slave markets. Is this boring you or not?
No, I'm just laughing at some Frank said.
Is this now? I'm a non.
And we're gonna get to the aliens later, but go on.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I deal with facts, not with fairy tales. But anyway, now I'm a non-American, so maybe, tell me if I should stop. And I'm not saying anything wrong. It's just true. But I'm a non-American, so for me, I have no bias.
No, I understand it's different for you.
Yes, we see it as cold hard history and truth, facts. A bit like Donald Trump, he doesn't fuck around with niceties like that, and that's why people like him, because he tells us as it is. And this is the sad truth. Now, if there's educated African Americans listening, they would know what I'm telling them. They should say, you know what, this guy's right. They went to that specific part of Africa because the men were stronger and the women. But when they brought them there and they saw it, what they did? Just like you breed certain, I'm not going to use the word.
I know what you're getting at. I know.
Yeah, they bred a certain type of African American that became bigger. In order to, and you know what they would do? Sometimes they would pick one African American man, and an owner would put him with 10 women, and this is facts. And because they wanted his genetics to pass down in their estates, in their cotton farms or in their corn farms. So, and that's why you've got these African Americans. They're descendants of these big type of African Americans, because they were literally purposely, almost like you breed pit bulls. It's sad to say, but I'm not being funny here. I'm dead serious.
Yeah,
it's like breeding a special pit bull for a certain, you know what I mean? So that's why you get that type of strain. But anyway, that's what it was. All right, we'll change the subject here. Yeah,
No, it's just very sensitive in America, I guess. I mean,
it is yes. Now I've got probably the excuse.
That's the problem. You gotta forget the past, man. I mean,
yeah. I'm all for the African American getting a conversation. I'm with them. I'm in a way, but also I'm a good ally, because this is what they should go to Congress and say. You sons of bitches, you bred us like we were like a racehorse. How to win the derbies, or in that case, how to produce a better efficiency on these farms for cotton, corn, or whatever, or beef, whatever. So they should go arm them. They probably have got these leadership there, and they should ask for billions, just like the Jewish Americans asked for billions off the German and the Swiss governments, and they got it because they knew how to organize and negotiate and to almost like warn them, listen, if you don't pay up, man, well, we're still alive and that. They got billions out of the Germans. The Germans were still paying until recently, and the Swiss secret bank accounts where German gold was hidden. They were paying out the Jewish community, the Holocaust survivors. So the African Americans should do the same. It's just that they're not, I don't know. But I don't know what they've done, so I'm not going to put my nose in there. But anyway, change the subject. I'll say goodnight to you.
No. It's not like that.
There's a free history lesson for you. I won't charge you. I'll put my PayPal account on.
Shit.
No, I'm only joking. Man.
No, I know.
I just love history. See,
So
yesterday
do I.
was military.
Yeah.
Yesterday was military and geopolitics. Now I'm just talking all the Americans, not just USA, South America, anything. You ask me. I've never been there, but I know, it's called history, and history is important, because if a lot of people, it just flies over their head. They don't know anything. And if you don't know where you come from, meaning all of us, well, how the hell are you going to judge the future or?
Or you might repeat the past. I understand we should remember the past, but shit like that, if we're going to kill each other over it 200 years later, keep beefing about this shit, we should maybe forget that past. Or at least,
but listen, I'll tell you a good example. The Jewish community or the diaspora, they don't forget the past, and that's why they are a solid unit that no one can mess with, because they are super, not only of course, but I give them, if I was to be anyone non-Australian, whatever, I'd love to be Jewish, because that's a people, man, who looks after your back for all our community, falls part. They don't forget history. So if someone tells you, to Africa, man, forget your history like that, well, they're just trying to, shake you up. The Jewish community, they don't forget history, and that's why they come up winners in the end. They might lose a battle, but they always win the war, in other words.
Yeah.
So they take lessons from there. Yeah.
But so you don't think extraterrestrials are part of history? You don't believe in none of that shit?
I'm not into gobbledygook like we say, or
it's science,
crazy.
Man.
Huh?
It's science. It's a mathematical probability
there's
that
no
there's
such
life
thing.
another. There's no such thing.
You'll have to get someone else into that, because I deal with rational.
What about all the shit that came out in Congress over here with all the sightings and the reports from the federal government?
Well, whatever that is, it's got nothing to do with real life and that, other than there's something, maybe your military's flying some new type of weapon. They don't want anyone to know, but people saw it, so they'll say, it's aliens.
What, that defies gravity and goes in the speed of light and all this other shit? I don't know, man.
Listen, if there was real stuff, one thing that humans would be interested to get is, can we live past 110? And that hasn't.
The rich are already working on that. They're going to come up with a pill that's over $200,000.
Only man controls his destiny, and that's called science. And I'm talking rational science, not gobbledygook.
I'm shocked.
Circus stuff. I'm sorry to say, but if you're into that, God bless you, sir. But I
wasn't always a believer, but there's something weird out there that they're not explaining. You got to admit, there's something weird out there they're not explaining. There's a lot of sightings, and it's on video now. The shit goes in the water, it goes in the sky, it teleports. They don't even understand how it works. It defies gravity.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
It's got these weird powers.
Yeah. I don't know about any of that. Yeah.
Science fiction is stranger than reality. I mean, reality is stranger than science fiction. Yeah.
Anyway, what else has been going on there? Hey, listen, your name is Tony, I heard. Is that correct?
Me?
Yeah.
No, my name is Chris.
Oh, Chris. Okay, because I was reading some of the end comments yesterday. Oh, hello, anyone who's out there. I can't read the chat because all I can see is Chris and myself. So is Tony Silo there, Chris?
Oh, I didn't see Tony Silo tonight.
Oh, maybe he's on the Angel channel at the moment.
We got Frank in the house. What up, Frank?
Yeah. Anyway, Chris, yeah. Are you Italian American?
I'm half, yeah.
And half of what? If you don't mind me asking.
Dominican.
Dominican.
Yeah.
Now, you mean African Dominican or Hispanic?
The Spanish kind. Probably
What?
some African in there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
from
there
the
you
island.
go.
Yeah. Down by the
Yeah, well,
beach. Yeah.
yeah. Well, all that was populated by, like I said, by the Spanish. They put
Italianos,
yeah. All that place was, But anyway, okay, interesting. Was your dad Italian American or what?
No, my mom.
Or your mother?
My mother.
Your mama. Mama, Italian Greek style. Mama, we call her mama. Yeah.
Mama
Anyway, all right, son.
So you don't believe in aliens? I'm pretty, So who the fuck built the pyramids? Let's hear your thoughts on that.
Well, the pyramids were built by humans, nothing to do with aliens, and they were
how did they
built
build
by. No, I've never been into the subject of Egypt, other than just generalized. I've never looked in because there's a lot of expert theories. The people were more like where Ethiopia is, that type of North African.
Yeah.
Some idiots even say they were non-Africans. They were more like Arabs or Semitic, like Yemen. You know Yemen. Look at the people of Yemen and Ethiopia, that part of Arabia. They're very dark skinned, but they don't look African. They're different. And that's what they say the ancient Egyptians were. And the Coptics of Egypt today, out of a population of 90 million, there's about 12 million or 8 million Coptic, which are called Christian Egyptians. They say they are the last descendants of the ancient Egyptians, because when Islam came, they were already there. So you'd have to ask an expert on there. I'll never pretend to talk about subjects I don't know about. It's just not right. Yeah.
What about, do you believe Jesus really existed?
Oh, yeah. For sure he existed, but don't forget, a lot of the stuff was talked about him. Definitely not he rose up from the dead, impossible. But, the story was so good, and it brought in a lot of believers. Yeah. So that's what that was. That was a good catch to put that in. But the guy was a Jewish. And, the son, and when they say, his mother got pregnant, but not by a man, well, of course, what it simply, what it was his mother, like today, a young 18-year-old girl getting pregnant, she's ashamed to tell her father and her mother. So they're going to come up with a story, no, she didn't have intercourse, but she had a baby son. These things back 2,000 years. Yeah, these things were, because history goes past 2,000 years. If you think about it, Christianity and Jesus only 2,000 years. I can look at Chinese history 5,000 and see writing, translated into English, and I can see what the Chinese emperor ate for dinner 3,000 years ago. This is 1,000 years before Jesus came on the scene.
I do.
And I can see fucking, I've read books where the Chinese emperor ate, he had duck eggs 3,000 years ago, and then he writes a special sauce was there, and this is what I mean. So Jesus and all that, they were Jewish Semites who, yes, they were around there during the Roman era, and what happened was, it ended up being a religion later on. It started as a small, just a little club, but see. That's why today when they talk about cults, that's how it started probably. Just like a little cult, and it spun out of control because, people put in their 2 cents and they said, he rose up from the dead. Well, don't forget, he was crucified or crossed next to 2 thieves of all things. See, so the Romans, in other words, he was just a normal criminal up until that night. Just, and he was arrested because his own people, the rabbis of the time, the Pharisees, pointed him out and begged the Romans, grab him. He's a nuisance. He's a mental case. The original Jesus at the time, and I wish I was like there at the time listening what was going on when he flipped the table at the temple and all the money changer coins fell all over the place. They saw him like today. You see a homeless bloke walking and he's walking past a beautiful restaurant where middle-class people are eating their nice lunch, and this bloke suddenly lifts the table and flips it over, and you can tell he's a bit crazy. You know what I mean? Well, that's what Jesus was at that time.
So, you think he was an average
man?
To
put it in perspective, yeah.
He was an average man, but
It was an average man that just somehow, he was spouting things like, "I will be revenged. There will be a God like this, like that," and slowly, and then when they opened, I think it started when they opened. This is my opinion, my hypothesis, and this comes from a lot of other experts like Professor Dawkins. Do you know Professor Dawkins?
Yes, I've heard of him.
The famous atheist, the British famous atheist. And he put this theory out there. And when I heard it, I said, bang, spot on. I think that's probably the best explanation I've heard in my life, in my 58 years. He said, when the real ball got rolling on Christianity is when a whole bunch of family members opened the cave where they said they dumped him, and he wasn't there. Now, obviously, there's just 2 or 3 people who kept that secret and went to the grave, and no one knows since. They just took him out and probably put him somewhere or hid him somewhere. And because of it spread around the town like wildfire, man, that crazy Jesus, it's a bit like that crazy Danny. He wasn't there.
Well, supposedly he came back and there was 200 witnesses of him coming back, and he ate a meal with them or something.
Oh, I don't know about that part of the Bible. Don't forget, there's a lot of different versions of the Bible. You must understand this. It's not just one type of Bible.
What about the miracles he did?
Yeah. But that comes later. That comes part of the shtick later. You know what I mean? This is all together. It contributes to a fascinating a legend. In other words, a legend that grew and grew and grew, and it's gone down to this day.
I mean, why do you think the whole world has remembered this? I mean, we base our time around this guy.
Yeah, but,
the time he lived.
Yeah, but it's not the whole world. Listen, Chris.
No, but we all follow like the same calendar and year. Like nobody would contest that it's 2025.
Yeah,
but why is it 2025? Because he died 2025 years ago, whatever.
Now, don't forget, and this is why a lot of people, Christians, don't think you've got the monopoly of religion in the world. This is only 25% of the world. Islam is just as big. They're non-Christians. They can easily say, hang on, this Jesus.
No, but they even recognize Jesus existed.
Yes, he's part of
their religion's young. I mean,
yes, listen, it's called. Listen, all the 3 religions of that Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Look, Christianity, in other words, is a Middle Eastern religion. How many people don't know this? I always shock people when I tell them Christianity is a Middle Eastern religion. Period. Full stop. And they say, what? What do you mean? And then when they think about it, Jesus Christ, you're right. I said, because it didn't come from Europe. It was born in the Middle East, just like Judaism, just like Islam. Christianity is a Middle Eastern religion. How do you think every Christmas when you get the baby born in a virgin? Have you seen Joseph and Mary? They're dressed like Arabs, for Christ's sake. Even
they were in
Christian
Israel,
churches.
Bethlehem.
Yeah, that proves it all. That proves it all. I mean, I'm even in Australia when every Christmas time, all the little schools, even my kids when they're and they have that, they all do the play. And or you see blue-eyed little kids dressed as Arabs for that, and then you think, Jesus, and then the rest of the year, they hate that type of costume. You know what I mean? Because they associate it with Islam.
Yeah.
But then, for that one day, all of a sudden, I'm Christian. And all the little blue-eyed girls and little boys or whatever, and they're all dressed like Arabs for one day, and they with a camel. They even put, they're even, with a little plastic camel, and all of a sudden, so that proves perspective, my friend. Yeah. Christianity is a Middle Eastern religion. Always
it's based off of,
yeah. And
Jesus was a rabbi.
So, Jesus was not a rabbi.
Yes, he was a carpenter. He was a rabbi.
Yeah, all right, but he was a Jew, is what I'd say. Full stop. Yeah, and yeah. So, what else was I going to say? So there you go. But don't forget, Christianity, and it's only like 25% of the world. Then you've got the Islam, another say 25%. Judaism is a small, because what is there, 10 to 15 million Jewish religious people? But don't forget, you got the rest of the world that no one ever mentions, because you know why? Their religion didn't come from what we call the Middle East, Levant, the Holy Land. You got the Hindus. There's 1 billion of them, for Christ's sake. You got the East Asia,
there's 1 billion Catholics.
China, Japan, Koreans, Vietnamese, Buddhists, or Taoists. So, and there's another 1 billion there. So we're talking, there's 3 billion people that are non-Christian, non-Islamic, non-Judaism. So it goes to prove to you, Christianity is nothing. It's 25%.
No. Catholics got over 1 billion people out there.
Yeah, but okay, but there's 8 billion, hang on, 8 billion people. So what's 1 billion Catholics then?
We got 1.2.
How much percentage of the world is 1 billion? If there's 9 billion people in the world, I'm telling you, it's 30%, 25%. Christianity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you said, 1 billion Catholics, but on the world with 8 billion inhabitants. So what's 1 billion in 8? That's maybe even 20%, even less than 20. I was generous saying 25%. So you've got to understand these things. People don't, you've got to go and find these things out, But anyway, so that's what I mean. Religions, and most of them, they're all man-made. You know what turned it all upside down? Darwin came on the scene and proved, you know what? Religions were all man-made. And then you got the famous European philosophers, Voltaire, Schopenhauer, he's one of my favorites, Hegel. These are all mostly German philosophers, some of the greatest brains. That's why the Germans, in the turn of the century, before World War I, they were the best engineering and science country in the world. And that's why they took on the world. They nearly won in 2 world wars. They fucked up in the end, as you were saying, rightfully saying, Chris, yesterday. They took on Russia. They could have done it if they just, didn't fuck up when General Winter came in. But the Germans have always been, and to this day they are. But don't forget, after World War II, when you defeated your part of Germany, Russians defeated their part of Germany. Have you heard of Operation Paperclip?
I think so. I've heard of that before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Operation Paperclip is this. There was a scramble to find the best German brains that were in the Nazi regime who were making the V2 rockets. How do you think von Braun? Herr von Braun. Now, Herr means Herr, means Sir von Braun. Herr in German, das ist wahr. Well, I've got a bit of German there, but anyway, so von Braun, that was your first target to get him, because everyone knew that's the future of weapons. So he's grabbed him quickly, even though he was an SS member, quickly hidden. It was called Operation Paperclip, and it was all sealed by CIA headquarters until the 80s, until most of them had died. Then you've got the father of aerospace science. Now, what is aerospace science? It's rocket medicine. In other words, airspace medicine. In other words, because it's one thing to produce rockets like von Braun did, and I think his name, it started with an S. I forgot him, but it's another thing to how to put astronauts, human beings, and the Germans were the first. They were There was one bloke, I think his name was von
Von
Schellberg.
shit my pants.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think his name was von Schellberg, but he was the father of aerospace medicine. In other words, a doctor, because the Germans had those type of titles.
Yeah.
A triple doctor. And he was the one who was, and actually he was almost later in life, the Jewish lobby caught on to him back in the 60s and the 70s and chased him out of America because even though the American government had covered for these, they knew they were war criminals because he had experimented on Jewish prisoners in these special experiments on how the human body can take a supreme, extreme cold or extreme heat in a rocket, So he was like, even though this was early 40s, he was already, doing research for the 60s. This bloke. This is how the German. They
came up with the jets first.
Yeah.
The
they invented. Yeah, the first working jet fighter. Even though the British had a jet engine, but the Germans were the first to put the Me-262. The Me-262 is the famous jet fighter. It's still a few of them in museums. There's one in the Smithsonian where yous have got a couple. They look like sharks. The aeroplane looked like a shark.
Yeah.
In today's. Yeah. And he was also involved in that. Anyway, so Operation Paperclip, you've got all these specialists, even a nuclear specialist. How he thinks you finished your nuclear weapon? It was just in time when a few Germans brought over the last bit of missing research that within a few months you were able to explode a big atom bomb on Japan, and that was because the Germans had brought over a few missing links in the big research center that Oppenheimer was heading, with Edward Teller and all these. And Enrico Fermi wasn't important. He's mostly left out of history, this Italian bloke, because Oppenheimer and all these Edward Teller gets the famous plaudits, but Enrico Fermi was a Italian nuclear physicist. But yeah, very important. Yeah. Anyway, should I get off, boys? Oh, what?
Huh?
Probably enough of history lesson today. But yeah.
No. I'm enjoying the conversation. It's good.
Okay. No one can accuse me of being.
But
when I got ages, I'm a bit of a comedian because that's all they want to hear. They don't want to hear these type of conversations. But God
they
bless.
need to learn
I love
something.
it. Angel's always interested. It's just that, there's other people that say, it's boring, in the chat. I'm not talking people on the panel. Get him off. He's boring us. We don't want to know this because they're people, some of these people, they don't want to know this stuff. But anyway,
no, we're enlightened over here.
But I got a lot of friends there. I love Tony Silo, one of my best mates. Yeah. He's a legend. Mickey Griggs, I know Mickey Griggs. See, whenever you highlight a comment, I can see the name. Otherwise, I can't see a chat. Mickey Griggs, you legend. He always says hello to me.
Yeah,
shouts
to Mickey. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
But what about the aliens? They said when they got the Germans, I think in Italy too. The Germans already made contact with the aliens in the late 30s. And
Chris, I can see this alien subject is something that it's a hobby of yours, and I respectfully respect your thoughts on this, but you're not. I don't know anything about that. All I can say is my opinion is save your energy and look at subjects that are moving and shaking the world that are facts.
No, I do that too. But I also I
know you do. Yes. Yeah. Anyone out there who's just on aliens, you know what? I respect.
No, those are the obsessive kind. Now I'm not obsessed about it, but I like to ponder the universe and think about it because it's a mathematical probability.
I apologize.
So let me ask you.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, it's all right.
Yeah.
No, let me ask you though. So you believe life as we know it is unique to Earth only in this vast universe?
Yes, that's true. And I'll tell you another thing. This is just my synopsis. The human animal, which is us, was the only ones who who thought out of the box or broke the mold. Because listen, we are no different than a fish or a monkey, a gorilla, or a dog, a cat, a bird, a crocodile, an elephant. All these things, what do they do similar to us? They get born, they grow up, they eat, they shit, they fuck, they produce offspring, and then they die. We are all the same there. But something happened, and I can't explain this because I'm not smart enough. You've got to go to the experts. Go to Harvard and ask a professor. Somewhere along the line, 1 million years ago, so we're talking not 3,000, 2,000, when humans start recording history with a pen and paper. The world goes back 10, 20, 30, 1 million years. Somewhere the human broke out, some freak. It could have been some freak, or some call it the Big Bang. Something freaky happened where only the human grew a brain that became, he started to have emotions. He started to think of how to work together, or let's say to
communication was a big
feat.
Feat.
Communications and this. All right, other animals have communications in their way, and other animals have
we have complex communication.
Complex. Like elephants, there'll be like 30 of them together. The big ones huddle to protect the younger ones, and off they go. Same with lions, lion pride. But usually 2 males, and they look after 10 females and all the offspring. But somewhere along the line, the humans grew a brain that the other animals did not get out of that, what the Creator designed. And don't forget, we bucked the trend. We were the weirdos, what I'd say the weird species, because we grew a brain. Everyone else, or the other animals in the kingdom, they are still doing what the Creator intended them to do. They weren't supposed to be building rockets or automobiles or, building a house. Have you noticed all the other animals, they live, when it rains or that, they go under a tree, for Christ's sake. They don't go building a hut. Have you seen a lion building a house when winter's coming? Or an elephant, he goes, they don't even go in caves even. So all the other animal kingdom, the Creator, they're doing what the Creator intended them to do, which for 1 million years is get born, you eat, you procreate, you make love with the female species, and you have, you shit, whatever, you piss, and then you die when you get older. Every animal or bird or fish does that. Nothing has lived. All right, there's certain species could live 200 years, like sharks, I heard. I'm not sure. Yeah, I heard sharks can go.
There's a certain shark. I forgot what it's called, man. It lives for 500 years.
Yeah, but still, there's a finite limit. It's not infinite. It's always finite. Finite means there is a limit in the end. No one is forever living here. You know what I mean? And same with if you got pet dogs and cats. You don't have a cat or a dog that's 150 years old that your great grandfather had, and he's still running around your house.
Tortoise.
A tortoise, yeah. Only a Galapagos tortoise can live 150. The Darwin, when Darwin discovered the Galapagos Islands and he found that famous tortoise, that tortoise was still alive until I think the 1970s or 80s, someone told me. But yeah, I don't know if that's a true story, but yeah. But anyway, Chris, I'll let you go because my voice is never infinite. It's always finite, which means it starts to get dry. It needs a little bit of medicine, a beer or something, but I'll drink that tonight.
No, I appreciate you coming back, though, man. I appreciate this conversation.
Yeah. I'll try and keep them shorter next time because, not everyone's like you and me, interested in this stuff. A lot of people, they want to talk mob. What else do you normally talk? I've only bumped into you about a week ago and I listened to a couple of shows.
Yeah.
What's your subject? Now, listen, someone told me, be careful, Angel. What beef did you have with Angel? Can you tell me?
Oh, shit.
But keep it clean.
How it all started? I mean,
Yeah.
take a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, tell
I
me
mean, from
something.
my point of view, I mean,
You know what?
I was
No,
always respectful to the lady, you know.
yeah. You know what, Chris?
Yeah.
Better don't tell me, because that way, what I don't know, I've got an excuse to say to Hazel when she confronts me. I never ask, and because she knows, if she'll, you know. I heard earlier today someone told I was on your show 2 hours. No, it was only about an hour. But yeah, no, I love the lady, and I'm always loyal to her. And like I said, and I see that you're respectful. You're not one of those people who's, you know, just psychotically bashing her every show.
No.
I've noticed that, you know, you probably put your beef to the side anyway. And if you do have a criticism, you know, that's your show. As long as you let me know so I can jump off,
Yeah,
you know.
no,
Yeah, that's
no, I get it.
all I ask you.
And you know, when it even started off, it wasn't even about her. It's about some guy that she backed up, and the guy was a horrible person. She understands that now, that the guy's a piece of shit, but a little too late, you know. And it caused a lot of drama in this community.
Okay,
And,
you know, I'm glad I don't know, and I don't want to
Yeah,
know the story. Yeah, you know, I just come in and just do my little cameos, and that's it. And that's why no one can, you know, no one comes after me, because I don't get involved in this stuff. You know,
and
what
you
I mean?
shouldn't, you know. There's no need.
No,
You know?
no,
That's why I
right.
appreciate
I've
these
got no
conversations.
right.
Yeah.
And my mother always taught me, never be a smart ass and put your nose when you got nothing to do with someone else's, in between someone else's beef. You know, and even they would probably stop beefing and turn to you and blame, both of them will blame you. She was saying that in general. You never get interrupted in between a fight. You know, I'm talking a verbal fight. You know, physical, if you can, break it up, try it. You know, you don't want to see anyone hurt. But a verbal fight, never get in between, because then they both come at you sooner or later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my philosophy, my
You don't need
modus operandi. Yeah. Anyway, Chris, I'll jump off. Is anyone? Oh, Dwayno, I can see Dwayno there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dwayno, I just saw you, son. Yeah. How's that fucking bud over there, son? Now, listen, have you noticed my Aussie accent changes? I adjust it for, like you see. Now, if I want to go into...
Well, when you said King George, you said it pretty British.
Yeah.
Goddamn King
But
George.
Wayno will understand. This is how I talk when I go home. Good day, Wayno. Yeah, how's that bud coming, son? Hey,
Smokes on the Bobby.
Is she smoking sweet or what, son? Good on you. Good on you, but... Yeah,
have you ever said crikey before? You ever said crikey?
Oh, yeah. I don't use that word often because, but yeah, you know, I've had me times. I've had me times when I've said, fucking crikey.
Yeah.
Crikey. Fucking crikey.
That's great, man.
What the
That's
fuck?
perfect.
Yeah, usually it'll come in the context of, fucking hell, crikey. What the fuck was that? You know, that in that type of context. Yeah.
Where's that shit bloody come from? Bloody this, bloody that. You know?
Oh, yeah. It
what is
comes
that shit?
from, you know, that comes from an old sailor talks. The British sailors that colonized Australia and the convicts, they were on ships, and a lot of their talk was what we call, not the officer class, what we call the sailor class. And the sailor class is usually what we call the lower, you know, uneducated, but they were good sailors. And they were taught, yeah. You know, that's why your pirate, when the movie started, it came from the British, from those, like, longer, you know, they would say, yeah, get me, blame me, pick me, putting in and putting on me there. You know, that was old sailor talk. And Australia had a lot of that because of those British sailors. And they would talk, crikey, you know, and that type of words, you know what I mean?
So it's pirate
it was all came from British sailor talk, you know, and pirate.
Come on, you bloody bastard! Let's go!
Come here, yeah, fucking bastard, yeah, bloody bastard, bloody men. See, that was sailor talk, meaning maybe after a fight, someone was bloody. Oh, you bloody mongrel, you bloody nuisance, you know, come here and I'll slither you to bits. You know, they would talk like, come here and I'll slither you to bits, you mongrel, you bloody pest, or something like that. It was British sailor talk.
I like when the British say, like,
you know, shit talk, yeah.
Trying to take the piss out of me.
Yeah, yesterday he did try to take the piss out of me, old Wayno. Hey, Wayno, he tried to take the fucking piss out of me, son. Yeah, but that's how we talk over there. But I come to different parts of the world. I have to, because I got used to when they were saying, what are you saying? So I learned to go back to my mother and father's immigrant background, just like the Italians came to, and I knew how to slightly change my English to be more understandable. You know what I mean? I could easily, change my Aussie accent, like I was talking before, and to cut it out, cut the slang out a bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. No, fascinating. Yeah. Okay, Christo.
I appreciate you, man.
Cristoforo. I suppose you
Cristoforo. Yeah.
Cristoforo. Yeah. All right, son. I'll hop on and I'll start reading the chat. All right.
All right, brother. No, I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you.
See you, mate. See you, buddy.
Good convo. Yeah. All alone again, here by myself. God damn it, Frank, get up here, man. Somebody get up here right now. Where's JC when you need him, huh? Yeah. JC's active again? You rotten swab. Slither me timbers. This guy said a Santini available. Mickey boy. Yeah, shout out to Tony Buick. That was educational. Yeah. Oh no, that's all we need. No. Oh, look at this, my man.
Man, fucking Tylenol on you now.
You didn't get an education, boy?
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck is going on?
Maybe you learned something today.
No, he was going at it. He was like history class.
I was disappointed though. He didn't believe in the aliens, man. You don't like that shit neither. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Aliens all show up in fucking like trailer parks in those areas, like in Arizona. They don't show up like in the hood, and
No, they show up in the hood now. They showing up in the hood.
Hell no.
They be showing up in the hood.
The drugs are stronger now. That's why.
Nah, they showing up in the hood now.
Nah, they show up in places where like crystal meth is popular, acid. It's probably because they like that shit. You know what I mean?
Got the alien OG, yeah. Huh?
I was with my girlfriend and we seen this light and Jimmy just drifted away. We found him 3 days later. We swear he was taken, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
That don't happen. That don't happen in Italian neighborhoods. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no flying saucers in Bensonhurst.
Ah, fuck no, me, we were trying to Cadillac and fucking good thinking. You never hear that shit.
What the fuck is that?
Holy shit! Get the fuck run!
Fucking what's his name? Damn, what was his name? Anyway, I can't remember. Some banana guy.
Oh yeah, no, fuck. With Stiggs and fucking like Molino in a car together back in the day, and in the Cadillac, and they see the fucking aliens. The flying saucer passed by. Hey, bro, what the fuck? You shut up! Don't tell nobody about this, okay? They're gonna think we're crazy.
Listen, motherfucker.
They were smoking the babines.
You say a fucking word, that's gonna be your ass, motherfucker. I swear to God.
Okay, Joey, I love you, Joey. I did 9 months. I did 9 months in fucking Essex County. I love you.
You understand me, motherfucker? You didn't see
Can
nothing.
You have me on my show.
Now, what the fuck was that?
When they don't talk no more, right? Something happened about here. Found out he talked to Panisi.
Yeah, he was talking to Panisi and some other guy. I don't know. And I guess he said maybe he don't care about that shit, I guess Joey was upset by that.
How can you do that?
Yeah, what are you doing talking to these people, motherfucker? You probably would have clipped him if this was, if this was the life. Let's say this was the life, and Tommy was an associate or a maid guy,
Right.
and Joey was the boss, and he found out about he was talking to
Depends-
Panisi.
It's all depending on how much he knows about Joe. Like if you don't know much, he'll just chase him. Maybe a couple of slaps. But if he knows something
He
about
kicks
him,
up to Joe. Let's say he kicks up to him personally.
if he knows something personal that's incriminating and crap, like he's gonna chase him regardless. But let's say if it's something personal that he knows, he might know something about something they done that could put him away for a while. Yeah, that could be trouble.
But if he don't know nothing, then they just shove him or what?
They'll slap him, kick him in his ass, and tell him never come around and fucking they'll blackball you. You might as well go live in fucking South Jersey after that. Work in a pizzeria, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know.
Go with the Cherry Hill Gambinos or something.
Nah, I ain't going with no Cherry Hill, nothing. With nobody. You just that's it.
Cherry Hill Guts.
They was a very thin line back in the day. Just something as easy as like anything that was borderline suspect, not even fucking rat. That goes without saying. You definitely have, but just suspect. Like just I don't know, calling 911 over a fucking somebody parking in your spot. That's a red flag.
Yeah.
I don't know, fucking. Like I always tell the story, Tony Indian. Some kid was robbing a bike and he held a kid there for the cops. He could never get made over that.
Yeah.
So it was shit like that. I mean, it was a very, very, very extremely thin line. Tommy Sticks took 8 months like a man, only to be treated like a schmuck by Joey. Yeah, you're right. After all I did for you, Joey. There's a lot of people that get fucking like really, really fucking disappointed in themselves when they disappoint Joey.
Yeah.
Speed dial,
Motherfucker. Look what you've been talking to, motherfucker.
Yeah, why? Like fucking you had to watch who you married. You couldn't date a girl that had fucking police in their family, authority figures. You couldn't get with one of those girls. Fucking like
if her father was a cop,
yeah, you got to dump him.
So what happened? So what about how the Eppolito fuck? And the Carrick happened.
The thing got Americanized, but in my inner circles, you weren't allowed to fucking. I wasn't even allowed to fucking hang out with kids who relatives were cops. I could hang out with them. I couldn't bring them in the house.
Yeah.
What was I going to do if I went to school with them? Well, my kid can't come to school with. You just had to watch what you say.
Some guys were like that. What's his name? Nino Gaggi was like that.
Yeah, we were like that. We were like that. My family was like that.
Like Nino Gaggi type shit?
I'd say worse.
Wow, worse? I mean, he was pretty bad. He used to lock down the fucking house, tell everybody, we're getting the fuck out of here, whatever,
Yeah, my family was bad. My family was bad.
You don't talk to nobody? You're not even going to be a fucking hall monitor in school.
Hall monitor? Get the fuck, yeah, right. Oh, I put up my ass. Were you kidding? Hall monitor? Nah. No.
That's what's his name?
We weren't allowed to be vocal. We weren't allowed to be vocal about it either, though. So, like to raise any kind of fucking suspicion that would be doing something wrong.
Yeah.
It would be like, listen, an Italian cop came to arrest me, right? And my mom spoke Italian. He was Neapolitan, an FBI agent, because I got to know him after. And he told me when he went to my house and I wasn't there, my mother told him if he talked to her in Italian a little bit, and some of my family was there. He talked in Italian. My mom goes, "Oh wow, you're Italian too, huh? Nice." She went like that to him. Nice. Oh wow, you speak Italian. Nice. So in other words, she was like, being
condescending.
Yeah, big
like,
time.
Oh yeah, nice.
Oh yeah, no, and you talk Italian too. Like you're looking
Yeah,
for him.
nice.
He asked her something in Italian, like, so you haven't seen him? She goes, no, because I was at my girl's house. So they locked up. They didn't make them use the phones. They didn't make them do nothing for an hour. They just held them there not to tip me off. You understand? Then they figured it out and they got me an hour later.
Motherfuckers.
But the guy was all right after I got to know him. He was telling me the story. We were laughing about it.
You couldn't hide nowhere?
You couldn't be a crossing guard? No, you're gonna be a crossing guard. Shit, you couldn't have a bag. We couldn't have nothing.
Couldn't be class president?
No. You couldn't write names on boards.
Yeah, like Tommy was acting up.
Oh, forget it. I mean, it was just. I think one of my nephews one time when I was a kid said something to his mom about something, and then fucking kid was like, I don't know, 12, 13. He was always noticed as a kid who told his mom, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like Frankie's acting up again. Whatever the fuck he's doing.
You know, crazy shit.
Little tattletale kids.
Tommy's a nice guy, but a little goofy, and he's extremely naive. I don't know about the naive part, McGill, but that's me typing myself my own question. Yeah, no, I don't know about naive, but he's definitely a little goofy, and maybe that goes together. I don't know, but he's goofy on the
he's a
nice
nice
guy.
guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's got his own sense of humor. You know.
Yeah. I don't know. One time he said something like, 8 months in Essex County is like 7 years in feds. I don't know
Well, to him, yeah.
I don't know where he gets that conversion factor, but 2.5 years in fucking MDC, I did. So that wasn't no fucking. I didn't mind it because it was just there. Did I wish I was somewhere else when I was there? Of course. Look at Puff Daddy. He's an MDC. He's all gray and shit.
Yeah. He doesn't get no hair dye.
I was playing a little basketball, 3-on-3, everything. I was all right.
Yeah. Fuck, what was
MCC was a little worse.
Yeah. No, go on.
MCC was a little worse. That's the one in Manhattan. It's no longer there. That was like a fucking dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a dungeon.
Did you hear about that cop? I think he was a state trooper in Long Island somewhere. He shot himself and then he tried to cover it up. Then he got caught.
He shot himself. He shot himself like in the leg or something?
Yeah, to impress his girlfriend or some shit, to make him look like he was a hero in the line of duty or some shit.
I'm telling you, the water in Staten Island is different.
He looked like a fucking idiot too, but he just got sentenced to 6 months.
Fucking dummy. He can impress her all he wants. She can come visit him. He's gonna get the 9 button, but
what does that mean?
That means when you call, he says, if you don't want to take,
denied button, yeah.
Deny the fucking phone.
Yeah.
The 9 button. Them motherfuckers, they get crazy in there, man. These guys that think their girlfriend's gonna wait for them and all that shit, they wait online. Right before they lock up, they gotta be the last ones on the phone. Find out if they're not going out. Motherfucker, they know at 10:30 they get locked up. Yeah, then they just go fucking out. What are you gonna do? What do you think? And not only that, man, the more you get on them, the more they're gonna fucking just Dear John you, And then when they do, they're the same guy, same MO. Beards are growing, blowing snot bubbles, crying, man, like tough guys.
It's hard to let go, yeah. That's the worst part, I would say, right?
Man, that's the easiest. Fuck, are you kidding? Depends who your girlfriend is. Imagine being married with Angela and you get locked up. That's fucking
that's vacation, yeah.
Yeah, it's like fucking whatever,
You're going away to camp, yeah.
You want to put the red button. You give her the ultimatum. Listen, you can do whatever the fuck you want. They hate that shit. What do you mean? I mean, get the fuck out of here. Come on, man, stop.
I'm going to visit you every day.
Do you? Yeah, I remember my girlfriend at the time. I told her, "Do you understand? I got a motherfucker wrapping over my head." I go, "Really? All right, go ahead. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Just don't do nothing with my friends, and we can be friends. I mean, it's done. What do you want? You know?
Yeah, yeah.
This is it. You know?
That's rough, man.
Yeah. So it is rough. It is rough. But see, some of these guys, man, they just go downhill.
Well,
A
some of
lot,
these chicks, you meet the
a
right
lot
one,
of these people over there fucking girls too. You know?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of guys are in jail over there, fucking girls.
About 75% of the guys, one way or another, are in there for girls.
Yeah,
Either they kill somebody for them, or they kill the chick, you know, in the state. Either they did something, you know, with the grape bird. Either
yeah,
either either they had to impress somebody over a chick. Um, but 75% of the crimes one way, or either you know you got into fucking selling drugs and shit like that for fucking chicks.
yeah.
One way or another,
It was over a girl, over some pussy.
yeah, 3/4 of the time, yeah, for sure.
A lot of people died over pussy, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yep. Except fucking Lee Cole. He just ran out of fucking places to eat. That was his only left food.
Dude. Yeah, well,
He
he
was
ran
like
fucking foul of all the rest.
he did a Wendy's burger or fucking like, you know, what's that IHOP fucking meal? Like it was the last one. And that's what you gotta give him
You
credit
mean the
though.
Grand Slam breakfast?
No chick was gonna fuck him over. It's gonna be food. If I'm going to jail, I'm going for a fucking Big Mac.
The early
Or the
birds.
Grand Slam breakfast. That was Bert fucking getting a car chase.
Bounty hunters. They were bounty hunters.
Motherfucker. Smokey and the bandit right there.
I like when he said, "You got the bulls run from the bounty hunters, you little bitch."
He sounded like fucking the gay Joker, the one in the 60s. Come talk to me, motherfucker.
Yo, DL, thank you, brother. Thank you for
Man,
that membership, bro.
you could have a whole fucking Batman villain cast with all these fucking doofy motherfuckers here on
Hey,
fucking.
pal, Pam.
Yeah, you know, like who could fucking like MRE be fucking the Riddler, you know, with a big question
Oh,
mark
the
on a
Penguin.
fire.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Hey, you want to see a riddle?
Oh, look at this chooch.
Yeah. Oh man,
It's bizarre. I've got a riddle.
who could Edwin be? Edwin be like fucking King Tut.
King Tut, the mummy.
I'm making myself laugh. People are like, you're not funny, Frank. Shut the fuck up.
No, that's hilarious. I'm picturing him as the mummy, like with that 60s shit.
The mummy. The mummy. It was a mouse. He was a monster, man. Oh, man. Who can
Angela's
fucking,
husband. Huh?
who can fucking Loman be? Two-Face. She could be Two-Face.
With the coin. Hey, Batman.
Yeah. Hey, Batman. It's me again.
I don't like bats. I
Mike,
hate bats. Lee
yeah.
Cole's going, what?
You can't even get a fucking Catwoman out of them. There's nobody fucking that young. So you need like a mountain lioness, you know? Angela could be mountain lioness. Hey. Mountain lioness girl.
Wow.
And then the singer.
Shit. What else is going on, man?
No, nothing. I can't call it, man. It's crazy. Nothing wrong. Just chilling.
What else is let me see. Let me see what's going on in the news. Hold on. God damn it.
In the news.
All that I'm not gonna talk about that DC shit. Fuck.
I haven't been watching. I should be. Everybody should be watching news, know what's going on, but I haven't lately. You know.
She, let me see what this guy's doing.
Who?
This guy, James Proctor, Gambino. Who runs New York? The most
You would be
powerful New York
saying
City mob family in 2025.
that's
He
our
got
tag.
3.6. The Tartaglias?
Yeah.
He got almost 4,000 views on that. Motherfucker. He's still
Listen,
getting views, this guy. Huh?
yeah, I mean, he's got a market for it. He knows how to get to the people who don't know anything about the mob, and they listen.
Yeah. Carlo Gambino.
He does his reading. He's good. James is good. You know what it is, Smoke? Us New Yorkers, we know a lot of this stuff already, okay?
Yeah.
So when we listen to it, it's like, but his demographic might be Iowa or Idaho, people like that around. So he, James Proctor, Scott Bernstein's number one source. Man, that guy is fucking something else, bro.
At least they make it exciting,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard to come up with topics. I mean, I have trouble coming up with YouTube short topics. These guys always got topics to talk about with the mafia shit. I mean, how much more shit?
Lee Small. You ever seen him? Like, I remember there was that kid Adrian that was was pulling shit out of his ass, was pulling people that said they were in the mob, whatever. And one time, Lee had him on his show back when he was doing the mob stuff, right? So Lee had him. So Lee cornered him. He goes, "Hey, you ever heard of Angelo Ruggiero?" He's doing that shit. He couldn't do shit like that with me because I put him in this place when it comes to mob shit, and he knows that. So he just takes it. Well, it's like me asking him about wrestling shit, okay?
Yeah.
So he had this one kid, and he thought it was his opportunity, like telling what he was getting wrong, when he wasn't doing it right. How can you put this guy there? He's just a fucking
I'm an expert, dude.
Yeah, exactly. He was telling him that you don't know what kind of like what you're talking about, and you should look at before you report something or look into somebody. But yet he was over there with fucking Danny Trio in the beginning.
Yeah. DL, what did he say? Because I tried to listen. I didn't really hear him trashing him. He was basically bragging about himself. He called him Jeff Poo Poo, which I thought was kind of lame.
Original.
Yeah, it's like, wow, you really thought hard and long about that? Fucking Jeff Poo Poo. He spent some time thinking about that one.
Jeff Poo Poo.
And yeah, Jeff Poo Poo talking about Mancuso the washwoman. Anyway, I don't really like working out too much. I don't know what the fuck he was saying. If you want to know about sweaty men and Speedos, Lee is your guy.
Yeah. Well, I don't. When it comes to wrestling, it's not the fucking fake factor that he talks about. He talks about the business factor, the showman factor. Like by putting somebody to be your heel or be your hero, whatever. One of the, how they market these guys before they even and who they want to be the next face of their wrestling federation, their networks of whatever region might be. So he talks about interesting stuff in that factor. He does.
Well, that's his MO. He knows that shit. I guess
Yeah,
he grew up
yeah,
in
yeah,
that
yeah,
WWF shit.
Yeah.
And he knew Vince McMahon too, right? So he definitely knows what he's.
I'm pretty sure his brother was really got rest his soul. He died. His brother apparently was a wrestler, wasn't he?
I'm not sure, man. He was hooked up with the WWF though. He worked for them.
He was kind of brought up in that mold there.
Yeah, they were part of the WWF world back then.
Yeah.
So that's why he's doing. I don't know why he didn't do that the whole time. The WWF stuff instead of getting into the mob genre.
Yeah, this fucking shit. This is deadly. This fucking shit is really lethal.
It gets vicious out there. Why? What's going on now? What's going on out there? Anything new?
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fucking motherfuckers who get pissed off at each other in wrestling when they don't
Yeah.
get their way or whatever. Hey, Nightmare, what's up, Vato?
Nightmare
I'm
boy.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure when they get pissed off at each other, they don't go after their families or do this and then. There's money involved there. These guys are just you give anybody a platform, you don't know who the fuck is on these things. These people are just fucking. They feel they're protected by by this computer, whatever, and they say
Yeah.
whatever. We got into that the other day, not to get
Yeah.
into it again. But even in that wrestling world, right? You never hear about somebody going after, not much anyway, going after somebody outside the ring. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Some of them
Wrestling,
snap though.
um,
Some of them snap, but I guess that's just
there's a shit. It's a cutthroat world. You kidding me? Well, one wants to get the position, the other guy wants. There's a lot of more money involved. Yeah. What's there involved that these people go do what they do? Well, how much can they possibly make? These guys
yeah.
make fucking millions. But you get blackballed in that world. You might as well not wrestle anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're done.
You're done. Yeah. You fuck Vince McMahon in a real fucking kind of cheesy way like that. You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if they still have like those Texas, Florida wrestling organizations, those Texas or the Northwest ones. I wonder if that's even around anymore.
Is wrestling still big like that?
I don't know if fucking Vince McMahon he's huge. I think he bought like everybody out.
He's got a monopoly on it.
Yeah, it was like Dusty Rhodes. He was out in the South. There was the Winkle guy and the fucking Gange. They were like in Minnesota. And there was a Hart family out in Vancouver, British Columbia, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know if those things are still around anymore. When I was a kid, they were. I loved wrestling when I was younger.
Yeah, I remember in the 90s it was fun, Hulk
Way
Hogan and all
before,
that
man.
shit. What was the guy? Shawn Michaels, I think, and some other asshole.
Yeah, I was done. I was done after that. I was done. I wasn't even.
Undertaker.
Hulk Hogan came around. I just watched it for the hell of it. But I
Yeah.
wasn't into it. Like, that was way after. I was into it like before I even hit my teens, you know?
Yeah, when you're a little kid. I was like 8 years old, 9.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
they die young.
Huh?
They die young.
What'd you say, boy?
They die young. I think my
Oh,
last
yeah.
favorite wrestler was probably Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Snuka?
Yeah.
That's some fucking name. Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Yeah, he used to jump off the top rope all the way up and fucking he was the shit. He ended up killing his girlfriend or something.
Yeah, that's what they do, these wrestlers. They go home and then
Yeah.
they kill their family. I don't understand. I think it's the
He was
CTE, man.
I mean, he was always suspected, but he was out on the street. He never
Or the
got I don't think
steroids,
he
too.
ever got arrested for it.
He never got arrested for it?
No, he comes from that family, all the Samoans and the fucking Tongans and all them. I don't know if he's in that family, the ones where the Rock comes from. The Samoans are like Roman Reigns and all them. They're all related.
Yeah. Remember that? What was that guy's name? Chris Benoit or some shit?
Yeah, he killed his son and his wife.
Yeah.
Jimmy Snuka lives in Gilbert, Arizona. I thought he's dead, DL.
He's coaching volleyball.
Oh, wow.
I've seen Undertaker do that big, tall jump shit, too, from the fucking ceiling.
Man, for the top rope, he used to get up there. He used to go right up the top rope. He was good. Yeah, he was always jacked. Yeah. I remember Roddy Piper hit him with a coconut.
In the head?
Mm-hmm.
Those coconuts are heavy, man.
Roddy Piper was a good showman. I liked him, too.
I tried to get my daughter to go to his club.
Really? Wow.
She.
For some reason, I thought he was dead.
Fucking volleyball boy.
Yeah.
You guys ever hear the Jake the Snake interview on Joe Rogan?
Yeah, no, I seen a documentary about him, Nightmare. He looked pretty fucking raw. Yeah, tough. Well, my other favorite was the Iron Sheik. He was the best.
Yeah.
I had number one. Puya, United States enemy. I will go crazy. I want to fuck him up.
How much do those guys make? Were they all millionaires? Or?
No, but not those days. Now they got to be making really good money. But of course, the top liners make
Oh, yeah. But like
a lot
the
of
average
money.
Joe Schmoes in there.
Like the guy who
Like,
gets beat up.
they're always like, I don't know, like, you remember that X-Pac shit, wherever the fuck they were? The generation, wherever the fuck. That was the early 2000s, I
Someone's
guess.
next to them. Oh, that was early. I don't know. I don't know their figures. It's easy to look at that network now, but I don't know. I mean, you got to think the top five guys be very, very rich. You know what I mean? They make a lot of money. They're in the
Motherfucker.
millions.
It's a rough business, man. I don't think too much of them, right off into the sunset, living a good life.
No. You ever seen the movie The Wrestler with Angel
No,
Gotti?
no, I didn't see that one. I know it won an Academy Award. That was his big comeback.
Yeah, she was good.
Yeah.
But yeah, check it out. It's really good. It talks about like the underground wrestling scene for the has-beens.
Yeah.
Guys that were once like really good and now they go around for like $500 a night at the auditoriums.
Getting fucking beat up and fucking mangled.
Yeah, like taking steroids before and then getting drunk in the car.
Just to get by.
Yeah.
What a life, huh?
Try to connect with his daughter. Come on, let's try to connect. That kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good movie, though. It's a really good movie.
Doesn't he talk like Stallone in the movie? Like, I'm sorry. I don't know.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a totally different concept.
My favorite was the British
really good. The soundtrack is good. It's all that '90s music, like the rock stuff, though.
Like what? Like Green Day shit?
Handband.
Yeah.
Like Depeche Mode.
Depeche Mode shit.
No, fuck it. Is that my year wrestler?
We're gonna take those Doug and Chic records.
No, the soundtrack was good.
They have a circuit for midget wrestling.
Welcome to the Jungle.
Oh yeah. That's a classic.
Yeah, in the auditorium, that's their songs that they come in with.
Yeah.
Way before the song is pop, like current day.
Pyrotechnic boy.
Yeah, like the boogie eaters over there, like the guy who's on fucking iDub over there going, yeah.
Yeah.
You got 10 fucking free hot dog with the ticket.
Yeah, I can picture him. Yeah, spilling popcorn and shit.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He does cut his hand on a meat slice. He works at the deli store. He does. You gotta watch the movie. It's good, bro.
Yeah.
I watched Bad Boys. I haven't seen that movie in years. Over with Sean Penn the other day.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching it with some chick I hang out with, and she's younger than I am, and she's watching it, and she's like, "Wow, this looks old." So I'm like, "Shut the fuck up." I'm like, get out of my house.
This looks old.
He's like, I got nowhere to go. No,
this generation doesn't care about the past, man. That's sad.
She's not that young. She's like 40 years old. Well, fuck. I mean, come on. I was talking when I was like, it came out in 1983. She's like, I was 2 years old. Like, I didn't give a fuck. You didn't have to watch it when you were 2. You gotta watch it now. You're 40.
Yeah. Nah, man. Watching those old movies is nostalgic. Better than the shit they got now.
Yeah, right. No, I'm doing afraid of.
Nah, I mean, movies suck nowadays. Movies were better back then. Even scary movies. Everything's shit now. They don't even come up with nothing original. It's all old shit from 30, 40 years ago, all these franchises and shit.
They're running out of ideas.
Yeah, we peaked already. Society peaked. We peaked in 95.
I try to watch that movie, Nora, with the one that won an Academy Award.
Nora.
About the little Russian chick from Brighton Beach that's a stripper.
Oh.
It was pretty good. She was good, too. She played a good part.
Who was that?
I was surprised. They got me to watch that.
What actress was it?
Maddie something. She's a new actress. She won She won the best actress. She's a young kid. She plays a Brooklyn girl. One movie of the year. It's really good. It's good. It's not bad. It's a dark comedy, but it's good. It's not great, I mean, is it an Academy Award winner? I don't know.
I don't know. A hooker from Brighton Beach. I don't know. It doesn't sound like.
Yeah, falls in love with one of these fucking rich Russian kids, and then they get married, and it's a whirlwind. Like a one-night stand, they had 7-day wedding. Parents find out about it, they're fucking pissed. But you married this whore, that kind of shit. She's like, fuck you, you don't know me, lady, that stuff. So she sent the goons to break it up.
Who directed this track?
I forgot. It's an independent film. It got a lot of reviews.
It sounds like it, yeah. I pictured it as an independent film. Yeah.
Look at the trailer. Check out the trailer. Nora, Anora. Check it out. It looks pretty good. That's what drew me in. You guys sure you want to watch this? They're like, yeah. All right, I'll watch it. They love it. They watch it. They watch it
she's
twice.
Weird looking. She looks weird.
Well, she's cute.
Yeah,
young kid.
Right.
A lot of nudity in the movie.
Oh, nice. All right. Yeah, I guess it's worth a watch.
It's good, believe me. Tell me what you think when you see it, so next time we can talk about it.
You're fucking a Nora boy. Oh, Mikey Madison.
Yeah, that's her name.
What a weird name. That's woke. Her
She's
name
woke.
is Mikey. Oh, she's woke. I can see she's woke.
Yeah, that's why she. You know what's great about? She's like from California. She plays a Brooklyn stripper.
Brooklyn stripper boy. All right, I'll check it out. I gotta watch this other shit too. Operation Odessa.
Watch that one first. It's good. A lot of nude parts.
It was Jimmy Snuka, his son, the father, did die.
Oh, it was his son. Okay, the father did die. Yeah, I'm Jimmy Snuka for your father.
Enzo the baker.
If there's a wrestling match that needs to be wrestled on, I will help.
A wrestler goes down in the ring. I want in.
Yeah. The wrestling Godfather movie. Who'd be the Godfather? Lou Albano. Captain Lou back in the day fought under the Sicilian Mafia. Was a tag team. They told him to fucking stop, to take that name off.
Yeah.
Oh, he did it right away. And then they just called the Sicilians. They were bad guys.
Bad guys, huh?
Yeah. He was a funny bastard. Him, Captain Lou Albano. How many people you got on this thing? Maybe...
Can I double it? Or you want the real number? 51.
That's what we had with the other guy that was making everybody fucking giving headaches.
Yeah. I don't know, man. People just
He said the Negro.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
There's one crazy Negro up in that panel.
You got to take it into context where he's not an American,
Yeah, exactly. He didn't mean it that way.
Yeah, he didn't mean it bad. Yeah.
No, I know that.
He's just very enlightened,
So they put them together, and he's trying to tell us about African American history. Don't you think we know about it?
Oh, he told us the whole detail. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Like shit that was on Django. You know what I mean? I was like, bro,
he's talking about Mandigos.
Yeah, don't start a war here. We're gonna get fucking.
Yeah, I gotta live in this country, man.
African Americans are so big, guys. And we know.
Yeah,
Easy
believe
Biden.
me, we
Easy
know.
Biden.
Yeah.
And he wants to piss off every fucking race, every national, and the Jews. And he was probably the Jews. He's like,
Yeah, I thought it was about to go. Yeah.
he's not to go anti-Semite on us.
Yeah, I was like, here we go. I was about to buckle up.
The Washington SS. I go, what the fuck? They had death squad, you stupid bastard.
No, but he did it like in a documentary style. You know, there was no
Yeah, he's a good voice for
malice.
that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect.
In the summer of 1942, when the Germans had invaded Russia, it was a cold day. You know, they
Yeah.
froze to death.
He should definitely be working for the History Channel.
I think they were like apparently like 8 miles from Moscow when they got fucking. They had
They
to
ran out of
retreat.
supplies, and the fucking they didn't want to wait. Fucking they wanted to wait. Hitler didn't want them to wait. Hitler said, "Go now, take it now." And it was like, "Yo, we don't have fucking supplies, you fucking idiot. We don't get the manpower. It's fucking freezing out here, you asshole."
And Stalin, man, he was a scumbag, but he was the lesser of the two. It's
I
just
don't
that
know. He was just as bad.
well, because he had a bigger reign and he went after his own people after all those purges he did. I mean, if you know these motherfuckers after they fought, he put them in fucking gulags and camps just because they got westernized. He felt, you know,
Yeah.
imagine that. Zhukov, one of his fucking generals, got fucking demoted and sent to fucking like up in Odessa just because it was out of the way. He was you know he was jealous. He was getting a lot of fucking respect. So yeah, he was a scumbag. He died in March of '53, and the guy who was supposed to take his place was this guy Bira, another Georgian like himself. If he was from Georgia, not the United States, not the Peach State. And
Yeah, Georgia.
this guy was a scumbag. He used to go to places and pick up 13 and 14-year-old girls. He was there with roses, and if they didn't do nothing, he'd throw the family in jail. You know, just a fucking scumbag. He ends up getting killed right after Stalin dies. He thought he was gonna get the position. They rope a doped him, and they just shot him in the fucking cell. But Khrushchev, the fucking Ukraine, ends up getting that position, which is crazy because he was like fourth, you know. But with the help of the old generals, the old military, they put him up. Science star, millions of Russia. Yeah, of course.
He was just as bad, man. But I wish we would have got rid of
Yeah.
Stalin.
I'm not saying what I'm trying to say is he had a longer reign. That's why he killed more people. You understand? If I think Hitler dies in April of '45, and fucking this guy dies in March of '53. That's 8 years of being a just total scumbag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's 8 years of more killing.
They think he might have been poisoned, right?
I don't know. When he died, his doctor went to the room, and he was trembling because the doctor was like, if I don't, and he had all his leaders look over this doctor like, you better revive him. And he felt, if I don't revive this guy, I'm gonna die if he dies. He ends up dying. Like, they were happy. He went out of that room like, okay, you ain't gonna kill me, I'm out. You know what I mean? But they themselves were always had the guy Molotov. He was another guy that was in his inner circle. He put his wife in fucking a gulag. He put one of his right hand man's wife in a gulag.
Because she was cheating on him, or what?
Yeah,
Or he
because he thought that she was talking shit behind his back.
Oh.
So, like, out of all the inner circle and everything, like they were always yes men. They were always kissing his ass, his blood. But when he died, it was on. You know, you gotta watch that movie, The Death of Stalin. It's pretty good. Steve Buscemi's in it.
Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, it's a dark comedy about it's pretty good. It's very good actually about the day he dies and what kind of fucking craziness happens. So it gives you a little bit of a background in the beginning of when he's around, what they're like around him, but the minute he dies, how they talk behind each other's back. to get who they want up there. And by default, this fucking guy, not Zuka, but fuck, who was I talking about? Khrushchev becomes the leader.
And then you got all that other shit, Soviet Union shit.
After Khrushchev, it's Brezhnev, and he's there for about 20 years. He's the guy with the bushy eyebrows. He's a motherfucker. Now that guy, he's also Ukrainian. People talk about like the Ukraine relations with Russia and all that. A lot of those guys, they wish they were part of Russia again, especially the eastern part of that country, because that's where all the fucking industries are and stuff, and that's where they made their money. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had two leaders. Two Ukrainian leaders come from fucking Russian leaders come from the Ukraine.
Yeah, it's the birthplace of the Russians in Kyiv.
I think there was that guy Andropov. He came after Brezhnev in the 80s. He lasted like a year. And there was another guy and then I believe Yeltsin, not Yeltsin, but Gorbachev, then Yeltsin.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that in that order.
And Yeltsin gave it up.
Yeltsin was drunk all the time, remember?
He what?
Yeltsin was drunk all the time. He's like William and me.
Well, he was much more friendlier to the U.S. than the other ones, right?
Gorbachev was good. He tore down the wall. Well, he didn't.
He was. Oh, I thought Yeltsin is the one who ended the Soviet Union.
No. Gorbachev, tear down the wall. Remember Reagan?
Yeah.
Mr. Gorbachev.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was Sylvester Stallone, because after he beat Ivan Drago, he was like, "You guys, nobody understood what the fuck he said." They said, "You're right, Rocky. Let's tear down the wall."
Yeah, that's what I said.
You got fucked with people all over history. Go, when did they tear down the Russian wall? No, it was the German one, you dumbass.
Fucking Iron Wall.
Yeah, and then like there was a Pink Floyd song. It was all like synonymous with the wall.
Yeah, a lot of graffiti on that wall too.
Oh yeah.
Motherfuckers, man.
The Cold War, and then the 80s was like really like when the Americans beat the Russians in 1980. That was big, man. That was big. That was great.
Yeah.
99 Love Balloons.
The Love Balloons.
Love Balloons. You never heard that song by that German chick Nina?
Nah.
Yeah, that was about all that fucking communism and the end of the war, and everybody was always afraid of World War III back then.
Yeah.
And even kids in school, we would read a lot of Nostradamus. Like the war was supposed to end in 2000 or 19. I don't know. We would like it would all make
predictions from Nostradamus, yeah.
But like the writing on the wall, the fucking prophecy was kind of like it made sense with all these fucking stare downs and almost close calls the Russians always had with the United States, or the Soviet Union rather. All these stupid profit books and all that. They had us kids fucking on our toes,
Yeah, you felt like you were living in the end times, like.
Oh, without a doubt. And then you had movies like Walgreens and Red Dawn, which was a pretty good movie. Love Balloons, yeah, Dwayne. I'm sorry. 99 Love Balloons or something. And you had movies like Red Dawn talks about the invasion of the Russians invading us,
Yeah. I just wish they never had nukes, man. We should never let the Russians get those nukes. I don't know how we allowed it.
Who was close to having them was the fucking Germans. If we don't,
well, they're the ones who were coming up with the shit. We took their scientists and made them make it.
The whole fucking NASA program is Germans, and then when we're done with them, we kicked them back out there.
Yeah.
We said out.
But then they went to the Russians and gave it to the Russians too.
No, the Russians kidnapped their own guys too. They, it's just it was after the war ended. They were, the war criminals weren't worth nothing. The fucking bruisers, the guys who did the fucking dirty work and shit. They put them to death. But the guys they needed, They fought over them, you know.
Yeah. Well, God damn it.
Spies Like Us with Chevy Chase. Yeah, there was a lot of movies based on like the Cold War.
Yeah. Cold War, boy. Magilla is that what the fuck are you talking about? The Russians ain't a threat. They outnumber the Ukrainians and still can't beat them. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Tony Buick was talking like the Russians are very powerful and so strong
no,
and mighty.
I don't know. I'm not too much into military setups today. I don't really know how things are.
Yeah.
Um, so I numbers wise, I actually never was, to be honest with you. I like history, but I know that like when it comes to defense, we're the best by a lot. There's us and then China, but there's a big distance between us. We put a lot of money into our defense system.
Yeah.
I know that kind of stuff, but as far as numbers and militaries and who's stronger, do I believe the Ukrainians are stronger than Russians? No, not for a minute. If
Not
there's a
stronger, but
reason,
yeah.
if there's a reason they ain't annihilated them, it's because I think it's the backlash. They have something good, right? Putin got a lot of things going for him. So why is he gonna have all these people breathing down his neck just because it is fucking Ukraine?
Yeah.
Do I believe that they're giving him a fight? No.
Wait, you don't think the Ukrainians are giving them a fight?
I mean, what I'm saying is they could put him into fucking 100 years back if they want.
Well, with the nukes?
They got a lot of shit, yeah.
Yeah, but they're not using nukes. So let's say we
They're
take
not gonna do
basically
that
let's take
because they don't want the backlash from everybody else. But it's not like they're Putin is a dictator. Yeah, I know. But do I think they stand a chance with them? No, that's why that lick ass comes up White House and looks like a scrub all the time. Please help us,
Yeah.
And then he puts the money in his fucking pocket.
Yeah, I heard he's doing that too. But I
Yeah.
guess being president has its perks, I guess. He is fighting a war though.
Well, that's what the fucking we think. They're stupid. We're stupid. Gonna give this fucking guy money, know what he does. And they're friends with Putin too. So they're like, don't worry, I'll fix this guy's ass next time. I'm gonna embarrass him in front of the world.
But they have held their own with the equipment we've given them and stuff. They have held their own. And they've decimated the Russian army. I mean, almost 1 million dead, all their best soldiers, for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
The experienced ones. Now they
If
got
they got him on their knees, they're gonna go to Plan B. Believe that.
well, if he drops a nuke, that's the end of Putin, I think. I don't think the world is going to stand for that. I think that's the beginning of World War III after that.
The backlash that he takes, but not to say that they're more. You think their military is more powerful than the Russian one?
More powerful? No. The Russian
All right.
army is much bigger,
Yeah, of course.
And they got a bigger military operation over there.
100%.
They build shit, tanks and all that. But
But
they are holding their own, though.
You said the backlash. I talked about that, but it's not because he can't freaking annihilate him. It's because he's going to take a lot of backlash from a lot of other people.
But yeah,
and it's all about that. It's all about Western Ukraine. That's where all the industries are. That's what they're fighting over. All their men, the wars, the economy that's enriched there. You know what I mean? That's what they're fighting for.
Paulie.
Tell them you could have Eastern Ukraine. It's okay. Everything's fine.
I think if Putin could have took more, he would have took more, but he can't. Not let's say without the nukes, he's having a tough time. It's not like he just was able to go in there. It's a stalemate, really. Because he's not going to use the nukes, and his army's not strong enough to overpower the Ukrainians. So I think it's a stalemate. Bella, thank you so much.
It's a stalemate. Yeah, it's a stalemate because the backlash.
You think his army can just?
Trump is trying the hardest to freaking come to a resolution between both of them.
He really is, man. He really is. And they're not listening. I think
Well,
Zelensky's listening, but Putin's not listening.
yeah, because Zelensky's got a smart mouth.
Well, he already
He
made the deal with us.
wants to talk to Trump over there, and he's telling me, they're twisting you wrong. Hey, what's up, redheaded stepchild? He's like, they could call you uncle at any time. You're lucky we're here. That's what he's telling him.
Yeah. Well,
I think
don't know.
Putin's relationship with Trump is a little bit more than most people understand it is.
Well, I guess he's known him for a long time, right?
I think they kind of it's better than any other fucking American politician in the last 15 years.
Oh yeah, for sure. Better than Obama and Biden and all that. Yeah, Bush. Well, no, he was friendly with Bush though.
I think 10, 15 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he's trying to remain neutral, I guess. Trump.
He's
But,
trying to make them make peace, which is cool.
yeah.
But believe me, if anybody has a chance for them to make peace, it's definitely Trump.
We might be in war with Iran soon because we gave
another fucking shitty ass.
We gave them an ultimatum that they gotta abandon their nuclear program.
Yeah,
otherwise,
look it before you stick it.
Well, they said no, we will never do it. So now
their army's gonna run away. Like they got an army. Half of them will fight, and the other, not half, about 40% will fight, and the other 60 will see you. We're going to Turkey.
I think it's about time. That regime is no good over there. They should get rid of that. They're a big problem in the Middle East.
They've been there since '79.
Yeah, they're a destabilizing force though over there. They destabilize the whole region.
The Islamic Revolution.
Yeah, they're no good. So I think maybe we should just let Israel just do what they want to do and take out Iran. We'll help them, I guess.
What's that?
Go after fucking Iran and get rid of the regime over there with Israel.
Yeah.
And
to us, Israel wants us to go into war. Yeah, I guess, but
we can't allow them to have nukes, though. I don't want Iran with nukes.
They're against our pluralisms. They're against the way we live. They're against westernized the way the West live. They have a problem with your mom wearing lipstick or your sister. You want them to have nukes?
Shit.
We'll be looking like Afghanistan.
They never attacked us? I'm pretty sure they have.
Iran never attacked the U.S.
Not the homeland, but
their theology, the people who run the country, their theology has abroad. I mean,
definitely abroad. I mean, yeah.
They don't fund, but they back Hamas.
Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck them.
They attack American bases and ships and stuff, and they put out a hit on our president, for Christ's sake. They put out a hit, and Trump said, if one hair on my head gets touched, that's it. The U.S. has I think, mandated in legislation that the U.S. has to respond with, annihilate the whole fucking thing over there. Hell and fury they've never seen before.
Yeah.
You know how he says it. God damn it, Frank.
I haven't heard from Ahmadinejad in a while.
Ahmadinejad, he got in trouble. I think he did some prison time.
Did he?
Yeah, they fucked with him. I don't know what he did. And you remember that other Iranian president that crashed in a helicopter like last year?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought that was Israel. Huh?
Did he get shot down?
He was flying in fog, and they think he crashed into a mountain or something. Those helicopters in fog are no good. You can't see shit.
Yeah, Obama ensured Iran wouldn't have nukes with his Iran nuclear deal. Trump tore it up. As soon as he did, they continued their nuclear weapons. There you go. That's how they respect us.
Yeah.
You answered your own question.
I don't know why Obama would even do such a thing. Like, why would you give them billions of dollars? Biden too. Why would you do such a thing?
Biden makes sense. He was on his fucking. He was off his rocker.
Yeah. Well, now they're going after Joe Scarborough because when Biden was president, Joe Scarborough was like, "Yeah, I met him. Yeah, he's sharp as a fucking knife. Whatever the fuck." He was really praising him.
Because we engineered the fall of the Shah. A little bit of boy. Yeah, I mean, I think the United States was well off when the Shah was there.
Well, he was friendlier to the West, and the
Did you ever
Iranians
see
had a different culture back then.
Yeah, did you ever see the pictures of Iran like in
Yeah,
1970s?
it's like the West. They lived like
It's like,
Americans. They
yeah, it's
dressed
like
like
oh,
Americans.
yeah, yeah.
Bin Laden too. I seen Bin Laden in the '70s dressed like a fucking Westerner.
Like John Travolta and shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. They stopped all that shit. We were better off with the Shah over there.
Yeah, not really. He suppressed a lot of his people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he is royalty.
Yeah. Reading comprehension not a strength in some people. Okay. All right, Paul. I mean, really fucking. I got an 8th grade education. I don't pretend to be something I'm not.
Well, Sakali, he spelled hater with 2 T's today.
Well, that's how it is.
That's just the way it is. They wanted to take back the oil from the British oil companies, so MI6 and the CIA engineered a coup.
Yeah, G-Dems, he was. Kermit Roosevelt was the head of the CIA in the 50s, and he's all the person that fucking restored that the Shah there because he almost was gonna get done by another guy. I forgot the fucking guy's name. And you know how they got their country back by an old fucking printer. They flew a plane over, and they dropped leaflets, and with all this fucking propaganda that the American CIA flew, they got the Shah back in there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was this other guy who had, the Islamic, the way shit on the Westerners and all that. Before I got toilet Khomeini, and he had died. He was on house arrest for a long time.
Thank you, Bella. Have a good night.
Kermit Roosevelt. Yep. Check him out, Paul. You learn something. Yeah, he was the head of the CIA. He was Franklin Roosevelt's cousin, and he had a lot to do with the winning the revolution in the 50s with a fucking printer.
They're saying Osama bin Laden was a CIA operative guy. I don't know.
All right.
Obama.
You don't have to, make stories up. Not you, people in general.
Yeah. Saying that fucking Epstein was too.
Yeah. He had a lot of connections, bro. A lot. Put it this way, he's better off dead to a lot of people out there.
Yeah, especially the Clintons.
Yeah, people like, Pete Diddy gonna have the same thing. Bro, different situation.
I don't know. I don't think you give. I mean, Diddy had a lot of connections, man.
Bro, you can't get to the Epstein. Bro, not even close. Stop. He's a little bit better than the mob. That's about it. With his connections.
I mean, he knew the mayor.
Who cares?
Maybe some congressmen.
This guy knows world leaders that they set fucking secrets together.
Oh, you're right. Epstein was definitely on a different level.
Shit.
But
I'm sure the president of the United States fucking come over there and hang out and look at fucking chicks. This fucking scumbag. You kidding?
Yeah.
This guy was being a degenerate fucking hood rat. So it was fucking big difference. Keep off. Let me watch it.
Yeah. Take that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Well, what's the difference with fucking Bill Clinton? Like, come on, honey. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm not sure what I'm trying to tell you is, fucking they had spots, islands where they would go and fucking
Yeah.
meet. These scumbags, believe me, they all deserve to be fucking thrown in fucking hot oil. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm not fucking saying one's better than the other as a fucking person. I'm saying that one was definitely more fucking higher up than the other.
Well, the fucking Cash Patel and what's the other guy? Joe Bongino, some shit.
What about them?
They said they reviewed the Epstein case and that they agree that he unalived himself. I mean,
yeah, benefits. Who knows?
but people are saying that it can't be true.
Who knows? As far as egos, I don't know. These fucking people have so many secrets about each other. The best thing they say, they should keep a lot of stuff fucking dead.
Yeah.
Um,
So what? Let's say Diddy ends up. Let's say Diddy gets convicted,
mhm.
sentenced to life or something, and then he's let's say something happens to him where he just becomes unalived.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't put him in. I don't put him in the same fucking
No,
category as far as
I
people.
think you
people
underestimate P Diddy.
Man, I think you're too much into that rap culture.
He was kind of like the king of New York for a while, like in the 2000s, man.
Bro, no. This and this fucker wasn't as powerful as the powerful friends he
I
had.
mean,
The
he was
Epstein
banging J Lo, and
shit, what the fuck, Puerto Rico for fucking, you know what I
she's a
mean?
Hollywood fucking star. What do you mean? She banged Ben Affleck?
It's a big deal. So, bro, Hollywood does not override fucking you politicians.
I think politicians is pure power, yeah.
You're right. It's not even close.
Those Hollywood elitists got a lot of power too because they
Yeah,
control the public.
look at the red carpet and show their fucking glasses and
No, but they control what the public perspective. They
Come on,
basically control the culture of the fucking country with the movies and the music. They say what's hot. They say what's not. They say what you should be.
You sound like that one song.
I'm just saying they virtue signal, man. Even the fucking Disney movies now, they teach the kids this shit. Like,
Yeah.
They virtue signal, man. So if they
They're
say,
in the same groups. I disagree with that. There's no. You're talking about Supreme Courts. You're talking about politicians, judges, high-ranking lawyers, high-ranking freaking district attorneys.
like Jeff Bezos, let's say him. How powerful is he?
Powerful.
More powerful than most politicians.
He's powerful.
Elon Musk too, right?
All Puerto Ricans are Americans, even those who never. Yeah, you're just making it personal because I said something about J Lo. Yeah, I know they are. I have family that are Puerto Ricans. What's your point? When I said J Lo, I could have been an Italian girl from Bensonhurst. What I'm trying to say is that she's a Puerto Rican girl from Westchester, wherever she's from.
The Bronx, Jenny from the block, from the
Like
Bronx.
conspiracy? What are you
I think she's from
talking about?
Castle Hill.
Yeah, she's from a good part, no?
No, I think she's from the bad part. She might be from the good part because she lied about what the fuck. She's like, yeah, y'all know the sandwich we used to get back in the day and that drink, the orange drink. If you know, you know. Like, what the fuck you talking about, the orange drink? She was
I
talking
thought
about
she
the
was
quarter
doing
waters.
that in the low part of Bronx, but then they moved to Westchester, I believe.
Probably a lot of people in the Bronx moved to Westchester.
Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Fucking young. She's from the South Bronx.
I'm not making it a political, racial thing at all.
Here comes the main Puerto Rican in the
There
community.
you go, my man.
The biggest Puerto Rican ever.
Nah.
Carlos.
But they're different, man. You talk about rappers. I'm talking about big ass freaking politician scumbags.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about guys with ties to the CIA, you know?
You know who's gonna have a hard time? You know, remember that George Santos guy that was in Congress lying and shit?
She
Think he,
damn got Jenny from the block. Nobody knew her. It was hilarious. I know.
she was a Hollywood star. She was a big deal, and Diddy was banging her, man. That was a big deal.
Hollywood stars and freaking Supreme Court people and all these other politicians, senators,
Some actors have
governors.
supreme power, man, or record executives. They're above the law.
You're crazy.
Some of them are above the law, man. Like,
Yeah. Tell that to the guy in Brooklyn, Sunset Park, sitting in that fucking cell right now.
yeah. Well, Diddy had his reign for a long time. He was untouchable for a while. They don't want to, yeah.
Yeah, she should run for president. She should run
Who's
for.
that?
She's gonna be president next. As
She
soon as she
could be.
marries her 10th boyfriend, 10,000.
Well, that would hurt her on the campaign. All her marriages, and then they would bring up the Fly Girl stuff from In Living Color.
Mm-hmm.
They bring that up.
Yeah.
So
You're
I don't know
right. And then who could be her her wingman?
who's going to be her vice president.
Rosie Perez.
Ugh. Oh, two women on the ticket. It's got to be a guy. Jim Carrey. He's woke.
Jim Carrey. I like him.
Yeah, but he's ultra woke, man. He's
Well,
another one with Trump derangement syndrome.
90% of Hollywood is woke.
Yeah, but some of them got it worse than others, like John Leguizamo, Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
They got like Trump derangement syndrome. They're out of their minds.
How many Trump people are in Hollywood? I don't even know which ones there are.
There's a few.
Really?
You got Kid Rock.
Oh, okay.
Who said they're for? A lot of rappers said they're for Trump.
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. He's
Yeah,
got a few guys.
We just average about 90 IQ right now between all the guys we mentioned.
A lot of them are scared though to come out and say that Trumpers. They don't want the ridicule. That's why you had a lot of the silent majority, silent voters. They're not proud,
Right.
but they know better, so they vote for Trump. They don't like the woke. The woke went too far. But they still got power, the woke, Like you got an asshole like John Legend. Ugh. With that friggin' what's the wife's name? Ugh.
She's hot.
Yeah, but she's a nut job. She's not. She's out of her mind.
All hot girls are nut job. That's why. I fucking
These are woke radicals. Woke radicals.
Yeah.
Money, power, perversions. That's right, Jay Dams. Oh, Paulie says I'm woke. Otherwise, I would be sleeping now instead of type. Oh, you fucking
Who's
woke,
that?
boy. I'll pull it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had a point there, but fuck. I don't know, Frank.
We want to call it a day in about 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Give everybody 11 minutes to fucking just go off on us.
Well, they're saying AOC is going to be the nominee for the presidency. Democratic ticket. We're fucked. We're fucked. After that, you can kiss your ass goodbye, all of yous.
There's a lot of weirdos in fucking Hollywood.
In Hollywood, yeah. It's a weird business. It's always been a weird business, man.
Who's that fucking English comedian the Golden Globes when he went off on fucking everybody in there?
I remember that guy. What was his name? Guy something?
Gerace or something, right? What the fuck?
Yeah. Something like that, yeah.
He hit that shit on the head.
They were pissed, too. You saw the crowd?
Yeah, stop. They're all your friends. Like when he said that.
Yeah. There were some big time directors that were pissed off with what he was saying.
Ricky Gervais, there you go.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah,
I don't think they.
San Fernando Valley, porn capital of the world, right there out of LA.
Yeah, California's a weird place. That's where all that shit comes from. The
I
California lifestyle.
did a lot of lamb time in California, so I didn't really enjoy myself.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you're gonna go on the run, it's a big state. You know.
Well, it's because we had a lot of people there.
Yeah.
Not only that, when you go on a lamb, a lot of times when they go on the lamb, they go to pizzerias, restaurants.
Off the books jobs.
Yeah, people they know, bakeries.
Yeah.
You know, you could fit in right away.
Unassuming, yeah. Nobody's gonna think you're on the most wanted list. You're working at a fucking bakery.
You're from Italy, just to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Just cut it the cheese and shut it the fuck up.
Yeah. Watch out. This guy looks like he's a very nosy. Don't talk to him. He'll tell you.
Goddamn pizzeria gotta cut buckets of cheese.
Yeah, you learn what it's like to work real quick when you're on the lamb.
Yeah.
That given the opportunity, you know how hard it is to get a job when you're on the lamb if you don't know anybody.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible anyway with the cameras, and if they're really looking for you, if it's a big kid, it's like impossible.
Oh yeah, especially with the facial recognition shit now with the cameras.
Yeah, everything fucking GPS. People are not even gonna take you in like they did back then. Back then they were doing favors for family or but now they're like, nah, man, I can't do it.
We don't need the trouble. We can't afford the trouble.
We can't afford to be closed down,
Yeah.
On the local news at our fucking place. There's a lot of stuff. And then when I was on the lamb, I used to get fucking tickets that I used to get fucking we knew the freaking travel agent, so he used to get us tickets under another name. This is pre 9/11, you understand?
Yeah.
So I could fly anywhere I wanted to in the States.
Yeah.
So I would that was your thing.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, I would end up somewhere and under a new name or whatever.
Something unassuming.
Yeah, hiding was a lot easier back when I was getting in trouble.
It was what?
It was a lot easier when I was getting in trouble.
Yeah.
And a lot of mob guys and stuff, or anybody criminals, they use a lot of the same techniques. I was kind of like amazed that the witness protection program used.
Yeah. Like what?
Two planes to get to a destination.
Yeah. Just to be sure.
Yeah, I had to fly into Texas, and then from Texas go to California.
Yeah, well, I guess you got to be safe, right?
Yeah. So a lot of the older guys knew what going on the lamb was,
Yeah.
A lot of guys from New York used to go to, believe it or not, to Pennsylvania back in the day.
That's still the tri-state area.
I know, but they'd be like, northern, like Poconos or the northern parts near Erie.
Yeah.
Not where they could work in a restaurant.
Poconos is probably one of the worst places to go because they know a lot of people from New York go there to hide out.
Yeah.
Even though it's all woods, basically, so it's kind of easy to hide out anyway.
Upstate New York. I had a friend of mine who went to visit. He was up in New York for a couple of months. I went up there. He was all the way near Albany, and he worked at a pizza shop.
Yeah. It sucks up there, man. I've been upstate.
It's boring as fuck, man. It snows. I mean, I was like, fucking, it snows all the fucking time. He was in this town called Cobleskill, which is about an hour away from Albany. Yeah. And it was a college town, but there was a pizza shop there where he got a job there. and he was laying low. He wasn't actually on the land. He was laying low. What do you mean? He got into some trouble, and one guy got caught. I told you, the guy ended up doing 25 years, but he went to hide up there till the fucking smoke cleared.
What up, Red?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
What's going
right,
on,
what's up, man?
Nothing much. Figured I'd hop on for a few.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha. I got no offense. I got about 15 minutes. So I'm tired of shit.
Yeah, I was about to shut it down soon. But,
Yeah, that's why I told you to drop the link.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
oppositional defiant. You should know me by
Oh no,
now.
I can't stay up all. I gotta do something tomorrow. Shit.
How's
Have you
everything,
guys?
right?
Huh?
Dude, life is good. Life,
Good, man. Good
I
to
have
hear,
no
good to hear.
complaints. Yeah,
Good to
I
hear.
have
Yeah,
no
Good to hear.
complaints.
Good to do.
that's good, man.
Yep, the wife's going in here in about a week or so to get her feeding tube taken out. So um, that'll be good.
Yeah.
Tired
Good to hear,
tired
man.
dealing with
Good to
that
hear.
thing. Yeah, she's eating orally now, so it's time for it to go. But yeah, and I got a couple things I wanted to run by you. I'll talk about my hobby later, but have you? I don't know, Gunsmoke. Have you seen this video going around? I'm alluding to what Carlos and I were talking about earlier in the chat. I don't know if you saw it,
No.
what he called me, but apparently there's some guy that put out a video claiming that gingers are actually African American. Have you seen that?
What? No.
Yeah.
What the
So
hell?
of course, you know me being the jerk off I am. I took that and ran with it.
They
Well,
would
you
have
know,
you
with
first
just
choose.
put in your pants, right? And look at your shit. If it's fucking, over like 7 inches, you got a shot.
We the real ginger.
yeah. Well, we won't go there, but I just thought it
Well,
was funny that like some dude can put out an Instagram video, looking all like documentary-ish, like
Yeah.
going through the history and stuff. And oh yeah, red hair comes from, African American people. So,
Ginger
me
beer.
being the asshole I am, I'm like, ginger lives matter.
Yeah.
Uh, the
Ginger
funny thing is,
Kingdom. Yeah.
I got home from work one night. My wife was asking me about it. I'm like, I don't have TikTok like she does because she saw it on TikTok. I think it was originally a TikTok video, but she asked me about it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm like, no, I didn't see it. And then I finally saw it the other day. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's convinced himself. Pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, these people come up with the craziest shit, man. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
he's right. Who the fuck knows? I don't know about that shit.
yeah. I'm not saying he's wrong
It
or
came from
right.
somewhere.
I just think it's funny, So me being the jerk off I am, I'm like, I've been lied to all my life,
I think it originates in Ireland, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. My biological father was adopted, and I've never done, like the genealogy test or anything. So, I mean, I know I'm German and Irish. That's about it. But, beyond that, have no clue.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm a ginger.
Well, anybody could be a ginger, actually. Well, I don't know if there's any Chinese gingers.
There's Italian ones, Sicilian ones, rather.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I see. I didn't even know that.
Yeah. I mean, there's enough. Not a lot, but enough.
Yeah, they're around. Like, they're from, like, the north, probably.
No, in Sicily, we got them.
Yeah.
But this guy, he was explicitly stating where, red hair essentially came from. And I was just like, wow.
Northern Europe.
I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, all right.
Eric the Red was like Eric the Red Johnson.
Well, trust me. I mean, being a ginger, I'd like a little bit of a tan. I'd look like Casper the Ghost. But I don't see it. I just think it's funny that some dude can put out a video and it goes viral, and probably half the people believe it and half the people don't. Whatever. Anyway, so
I think
Carlos refers to me as Red the Black now.
Red the Black,
Yeah.
Black Irish. I think gingers are pale because they hail from a land genetically that was always cloudy and rainy, and they didn't get no sun. There was no need for melanin, too much melanin. That's why when you
Vitamin
get out in the
D.
sun, you
Yeah.
burn. Yeah, you didn't need all that shit.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
I literally I joke about it, but
fully watch True Romance. Check it out. Most
great
Sicilians are black
movie.
because the Moors who conquered most of Sicily were mostly black, and they raped many of the women. Yeah, they were also Northern
Uh,
African,
you
Moroccans.
talking about when Dennis Hopper? That is
Yeah,
such
yeah,
a great scene, great
yeah.
movie.
I said, didn't happen around my neck of the woods because I looked down my pants. I wish somebody would have grabbed my great grandmother. I would have been well down back then. You know what I mean?
Damn, you going back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would have been born.
That's generations, boy. You went back to the fucking Revolutionary War, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. They must have came up to Sicily.
Uh-huh. Judge Judy hates that shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is she even still around?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's called Judy Justice now.
Oh Lord. Dude, I grew up in the Jerry Springer days, man.
Yeah, those were some times.
Sally Jesse Raphael.
Yeah.
I'm probably one of the white Sicilians you'll see.
Shit.
See, I
Sally
got
Jesse
fucking
Raphael, boy.
I got like green eyes and freaking red hair.
Yeah.
Not red, but reddish blonde. We Sicilians are a mixture of many. Yeah,
A lot of Greek, too.
I used
Greek.
to have super red hair, and as the older I've gotten, it's lightened up. But I mean,
I
obviously,
got, I got
the skin pigment stayed the same.
one of my
Crackable.
brothers is blonde, and the other one's dark, and we all got the same mom. We all got the same faces.
Yeah, every once in a while, you'll get that like rare combination of like a tan, red-haired person, or
Yeah.
I've
No, we got
actually seen blonde people, like natural blondes that were pale like me.
Yeah.
It's strange.
Yeah, I had a
Crackers.
reddish hair, and then as I got older, it got a little darker.
The red fades
Yeah.
sometimes, depending on what type of shades you guys. You get older, the red fades into brown. Some shit.
It's weird. You go to some towns in Sicily, like ones that are small population, and it seems like they're darker. But then you go around the coast, there's a mix. You got blonde, you got darker get people, it's a mix of everything. It's like maybe because that's where they they got the mix going. They caught the whatever.
Yeah.
The fever.
Yeah. Oh
What up,
no,
bug boy?
guys, I'm
Yeah.
tired. Red. I'm out.
Thank you,
And
All
Frank.
right. I just wanted to
yeah.
hop on for you and say
No,
hi.
no, no, no. Hop on another night. I love having you on.
Yeah, I definitely have some more questions for you, Frank. So we'll do it again some other night, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Well, even come up to the
I
house.
hope I wasn't disrespectful in
No,
my
no,
line of
no,
questioning last time.
There
But
were some
no.
invasive questions
I
there.
think you ask very good questions. I like
well, I
that.
mean, listen, if I ask a question that he doesn't want to answer, Frank has
No,
every right to say,
listen,
hey,
I found you to be a
Motherfucker.
friend. No, I find you to be genuine. I like you, so that's not.
Yeah.
And if I didn't, I'll let you know. You know that, or you would let me know.
yeah, no, yeah, and I appreciate that. And listen, I'm
Yeah.
not interested in like all the gory details. I mean, we've seen all that shit, and I mean,
Uh,
I know your feelings on certain subjects, but
yeah, a little bit. And it depends on what kind of like emotions I got going that day, you know.
Yeah.
yeah, no, I understand. But I mean, growing up on the West Coast and being so far away from that type of life and literally seeing it, like I
I
said, from the
appreciate it.
movies,
You know what I
it's
do,
different for
man.
me. Yeah,
You're a good dude. You one of the nicer guys around. Or guys like you,
it depends on who you're talking to. All right, guys, I'll jump down, get some sleep. Frank, Gunsmoke, thanks for having me up. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Red.
All
All
right,
right.
talk to you later.
All right. Later, smoke.
Later, Frank. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, I want to thank Tony Buick for the education and for coming on the show. I also want to thank Frank and Red. And I want to thank Bella. Thank you so much, Bella. Danny Green. Fat Bold Italian. Nightmare. J Dams. DL. Thank you guys. Shouts to Danny Santos. Just want to make sure. Yeah. All right. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. And we'll be live, I don't know. Probably, yeah, maybe tomorrow night. Depends. I might be tired. I don't know. We'll see. Be on the lookout for another show. And yeah, enjoy your evening. Until next time, folks. Peace.